Siri_bot has joined Love. Artextric is now live. Streaming VTuber, Draw with me anime art studies and reactions 22 hashtag podcast hashtag animeart hashtag how to draw hashtag art. Bot Rix has correctly joined the channel.
I think I'm gonna start cutting carbs. I need to drop my belly fat.
If you want to drop this,
Start eating more of these.
starving ourselves, eating salads, and cutting out carbs, doing this never works and only leads to more frustration.
You might think this would...
I don't care. It's a... I don't give a fuck. Jesus.
Says, hey man, long time, bro.
Thank you, Mina, for X99.
Hey, what's going on? How goes it?
good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, bro. Bro, what are you talking about? What do you mean it's paused?
Says I'm a little digital artist brew.
I don't know what it means.
Says hi teach.
Hello. How goes it? Not feeling it. I'm not feeling this. What is I'm gonna do? Hold on. Okay, let's see.
Says you okay. You sound a little tired there.
I'm fine. I want to know. So when you draw the legs,
Says hi.
hello.
Says I saw your new story. I look nice.
That's old. Well, it's on the story, but it's old. It's one of those year from now type drawings.
Says dang.
Trying to figure out. So if the leg is like this, and then what's that?
Says how I get paid doing art.
You know, you get asked people post stuff on either forums and stuff, or people would see your work and they say I want to commission you, and they give you money.
Thank you, Chef, for X 105 likes.
Or you can get a job as an artist and sign up at a business looking for artists on LinkedIn. So you must have something called a portfolio, and if your portfolio is not up to date or not at standard,
Says where are you from?
Why do people ask this question? I don't understand why they ask this question. Why do people ask this question? I'm from New York. But I don't live there anymore.
Says just curious, but cool.
Thanks. This doesn't look right. Just doesn't look right here. This looks really weird. So I'm gonna turn this down. What I'm gonna do is
Thank you, Mo Moody, for X 101 likes.
So what I'll do is...
Says my guess is Hez from the USA.
Yes.
Says my guess is Hez from the USA.
Thank you, Mo Moody, for X 196 likes.
Doesn't look quite right. Let me... Okay, so if I do it like this...
Says sorry, don't know why you repeated that.
Yeah, it does that sometimes. Okay, the leg is like this. That doesn't look quite right. Ugh.
Says what's that app called?
Clip Studio Paint. if I...
Says at Mo the Moody Clip
Thank you,
Studio
unknown
Paint.
user, for X95 likes.
I don't know what it is, but... Okay, let me see if I can go to the other one.
Thank you, unknown user, for X192 likes.
How do they make the...
Says, hey, did you see that sketch I sent you yesterday? I jumped out kinda early.
Yeah, I did see it. I did actually see it. I did actually see it.
Says, hi, Teach.
Hello. Hello.
Says, hey.
Hello. I don't know what's trending on Twitter when it comes to art.
Says, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Says at mini_JIVA and 88 hi, Devon.
Oh.
Says at Brighter Close hi.
I know for an embarrassing fact that I goofed up on those legs.
Says that a known user
Oh.
to 5 hi, Ari.
Well, you did fine, but not that great, but you can do better.
Says the way I drew them.
You can do better.
Says those angles are tricky to get the hang of still. Says at Brighter Close hi, Brian. Says hi, so old. Says hi, Lance.
Hello.
Says what's her art style.
What does that mean? What question is that? What do you mean by that question?
Thank you, Mo Moody, for X 289 likes.
Says him debating using the color ultramarine or violet to make it pop ADM.
Thank you, Lily Friends, for following. Thank you, Unknown User, for X 285 likes. Thank you, Mo Moody, for X 379 likes.
Says I won't be able to become a student until Monday or Tuesday.
That's fine. Just wait till then.
Thank you, Mo Moody, for X 484 likes.
Artextric is now live.
Thank you, Mo Moody,
Streaming
for
art,
X
draw with me
564
anime
likes.
art studies and reactions 22 hashtag podcast hashtag animeart hashtag how to draw hashtag art.
Oh, that is so irritatingly annoying to hear.
Says what was that?
Just the bot.
Thank you, Mo Moody, for X 664 likes.
Says teach him allowed to draw with you, right?
What does that mean?
Thank you, Mo Moody, for X 764 likes.
Says hey teach, would ultramarine and violet combined be a sort of royal blue?
I don't know. I don't know from the top of my head. I really don't
Thank you,
know.
Mo Moody, for X 848
Perhaps.
likes.
I'm not totally sure on that.
Thank you, Cherry Eva, for following.
I'm pretty sure a big mix on it would work.
Thank you, Mo Moody, for following. Thank you, Mo Moody, for X 948 likes.
Says it looks like Sonic's color, but more vibrant.
That might just.
Says that a known user for 5XA maybe ID saying he looks similar, but would be royal blue.
Thank you, Mo Moody, for X 1038
Says
likes.
wouldn't. Says gotcha.
I wouldn't know that from the top of my head. I would just only know that if I'm looking at it.
Thank you, Mo Moody, for X 1138 likes.
Says hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about you? What's going on and how's life? Welcome to the stream and how's your day going?
Thank you, Mo
Says
Moody,
good.
for X1228 likes.
That's good. Hope your day is going awesome even more.
Says I like the art.
Yeah, they're mainly just mainly studies. Trying to figure out the study.
Says you're practicing gesture poses, kind of.
No, I'm focusing on specific body parts. This leg should be higher. The leg is a little bit too off.
Says that's what I meant, lol, I worded that wrong. Says what's up, my boy, Artextric.
Hey, what's going on? What's up, Azure? Just trying to get better at doing this.
Says this is exactly what I'm doing right now myself.
Good. Good. Need to learn how to get good.
Says, do you have TikTok?
And I ain't gonna respond to that.
Thank you, JBOI, for following.
Says, are you really asking if he has a TikTok? Sheesh.
And that's why I'm not responding to that. That was a troll question.
Says at JBOI. Says, yeah, I know. It just seemed a bit ridiculous to ask. Says,
this isn't. Okay. Here's the way
Says it JBYY.
It's too elongated. Maybe it's not thick enough. It's too weird looking. It doesn't make much sense if they close like that.
Says Artextric, can I make a show recommendation?
I would only have that happen when people are subscribers. Sorry, bro. God damn it.
Says underscore I understand smiley face.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. This leg here, this is just not one of the best ones I've done. This was okay, but I can clean them up later, but like, just not that great. I don't like this one. I'll put it over there for now. For now.
Says yes to this will be touching.
Ugh, it doesn't look right. Nope.
Says what time is it for you?
5:23 p.m. Okay, like that. And like this. Oh, maybe if I do it like that. Like 1, 2. Right. Everything.
Says in thighs.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so I think everything comes back to the crotch. Okay, so is that right? And then now I would elevate this a little bit higher. I know.
Ralph's always gives you savings and rewards on top of our lower than low prices. And when you download the Ralph's app, you can enjoy
Shut the fuck. Okay. Okay. Let's put it like this.
Says not download the Ralph app.
Oh, not the Ralph app. Anything but the Ralph app. That's crazy about the Ralph app, bro. Always about the Ralph app.
Says y'all remember back during Artemino. Says there shouldn't be a gap in that last one you did.
I know.
Says it underscore ya.
Let's see here. All these studies. I got a lot of stuff to post. Damn, I look tired as fuck. Alright. I didn't have that one? Oh, okay, no, never mind. Back. So many things I have to.
Says I finally found it. Says don't force yourself. appears I landed on the color indigo again.
Hold on, try it. Oh no, that's it.
Says the movement is looking great.
Okay, hold on. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it.
Says, hey, teens, quit
Would you rather live in the world of Attack on Titan knowing you'll be in constant danger from Titans but could potentially see the end of their threat? Or in the Tokyo Ghoul universe, where you could be a ghoul with powers but always live in fear of being hunted?
Uh, hmm. Well, one can potentially come to an end, the other one can't. So I probably might pick, well, you do have power, so that's based on your skill set. So I'll say the bottom one.
Says Pontic's sort of a tomboy. They've been going and laughing.
I'm not sure. I don't know what they look like in my head. If you show me what that looks like, then maybe I can tell you.
Says okay, I can send it to you on Discord. Give me a second.
Would you rather be trapped in the game world of Sword Art Online with the chance of real death but also the potential for great adventure and camaraderie? Or live in the world of Psycho Pass, where your psychological state and job compatibility are determined by the
first
civil
one.
system, limiting your free will?
The first one. The SAO one.
Why?
Because I don't want to be psychologically analyzed every time I'm taking a dump. I don't want to go to jail at the age of 3 because they say I'm gonna mass murder someone because I'm 3. Whoever thought that was a galaxy brain idea to put into society has eat paint chips. Okay. Try to think that makes sense in the slightest.
Would you rather have the ability to pilot a Gundam from the Gundam series, with all the risks and responsibilities of being a mecha pilot in a war-torn world? Or be a spiral warrior with a gunman from Gurren Lagann, with the potential to fight for the freedom of the universe at the risk of cosmic scale threats?
Yes, the bottom one. The bottom one. Okay, let me see. And then here.
I sent you that color comp.
Would you rather be a state alchemist in Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood, bound by military rules and ethics but able to perform alchemy at a high level? Or be a magician in Fate/Zero, participating in the Holy Grail War with all its dangers but
Full
with
Metal.
the chance to obtain the Holy Grail?
Full Metal. Was going for a sort of indigo and what are you trying to do again?
Says trying to figure out which color would complement the colors, like on her eyes.
The best colors that would be is something on the color wheel that anything that's on the color wheel that is opposite from each other. So like anything that's opposite will complement each other because they're complementary colors. So purple and green complement one another because they're from the opposite ends of the spectrum. Or like if you take orange and blue, they tend to complement one another. Red and blue complements each color. Pink and green complements each color. Yellow and blue complements each color. Anything that's across from each other is a complementary color. So I suggest to go with the colors that are opposite from each other.
Says Doctor, thanks for your tip.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather be reincarnated as an X in a world where your rebirth is seen as a curse rather than a blessing, always hunted for your immortal flames? Or as a dragon in a realm where dragons are enslaved and oppressed, yet you have the power to potentially change that fate?
Oh, what? In a world where your rebirth is seen as a curse rather than a... I'm guessing it's the last one. these are good colors. Maybe they're too bright. Maybe they're too dark. Maybe if I make it more, I'll put something like something like if I put it on 65, 60, and then turn down. No, keep that there, and then. Interesting. I don't know. Really? We're gonna just do this? Anyway. Like it's wrong. This feels very. Maybe it's lacking something. I'm not sure what it is. Potentially looking weird. I don't know. Alright. We're just gonna do 2 videos. So if you guys want to come over here and hear what this has to be said, just come over here. You're just doing 2 videos. We're not doing 3 or 5 or 6, 7. One a Demon video, and then we'll do the what do you call it?
Would you rather be reincarnated as a demon lord in a fantasy world where you're the target of all heroes and adventurers? Or as a hero destined to fight the demon lord but cursed with the knowledge that defeating them would also end your own life?
Maybe the bottom one, because the great chance of you just dying may be reincarnated anyway. Especially if you're the hero, so 9 times out of 10 you might get reincarnated anyway. You know what? I'm gonna save this one for the Patreon. Cause that one's gonna be problematic. I think if I do this right.
Would you rather be reincarnated in the One Piece world with the ability to use Haki but unable to swim and vulnerable to Sea Prism Stone? Or in the world of Hunter x Hunter with nin abilities that, if misused, could lead to your premature death?
I'm pretty sure everyone will pick the hockey one. Pick the One Piece one. Pretty sure. I would pick the One Piece one. Sea Prison Stone. You know, rewatching One Piece is funny because like there's a lot of things I missed out. I totally ignored and didn't even pay attention to till later on. As a kid compared to a adult. I find it funny.
Would you rather be reincarnated into the world of My Hero Academia with a quirk that's considered weak in a society that values strength, giving you a unique perspective on heroism? Or in the world of Magi as a magician in a dungeon, with immense power at your fingertips but also the risk of losing your sanity to the dungeon's corruption?
Bottom one. Oh no, it's Jaden again. He's back here to ask if I change my ways or some stupid shit.
Would you rather be reincarnated as the ruler of a magical kingdom with eternal peace but never able to leave its borders, or as a wandering mage with great power but cursed to never find a place to call home?
I want to travel the world, so I'll be the mage. Alright, I'm going to...
Would you rather have the power to teleport anywhere in the anime world of your choice but live only half as long, or live a full life in a fantasy world without any special powers or abilities?
The first one. Okay. Okay. See Prism Strong. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna switch that over there.
Would you rather be reincarnated with the ability to master any skill instantly in a world where such power is forbidden and punished, or in a world where you're powerless but skills and powers are celebrated?
The first one. Okay. That's turned off. That's okay. Now we're going to do the reaction thing. So if you guys look over here and hear what we have to talk about, we're only doing 2 videos. The first one, it says, Helldivers 2, devs accused of anti-inclusion agenda. Baldur's Gate 3, mods enrage woke feminists. Okay. Let's deal with that. So, with that said, we're going to play this and hear what we have to say. So, if you guys care about this, come over here on Twitch, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and any other platform other than TikTok, because TikTok can't hear this, because TikTok is a fucking pansy.
Would you rather be trapped in a haunted mansion where the ghosts can physically harm you but cannot leave the house? Or be followed by an invisible entity that can't physically harm you but never stops haunting you wherever you go?
I guess that one, the last one. Alright, so I'm going to be focusing on this. I'm going to play this, and we'll hear what the demon has to say. Okay. Actually, I might do 3 videos. This video, Clownfish, and the recommendation, and then we'll be done. Alright, let's see where this goes.
It's Endymion, and this time we got some pretty interesting things to cover. From an article complaining about players embracing and pushing what they call Western white beauty standards, to Helldiver 2's devs allegedly banning LGBTQ content. And I will also talk later about how the director of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth says video games are a medium worth fighting for, so let's begin. Firstly, there was this article from DualShockers titled, Baldur's Gate 3 mods that glow faces are my pet peeve. The forcing of conventional beauty standards on everything is tiring. The DualShockers journalist is mad because Baldur's Gate 3 players are enjoying a video game the way they want to by using mods, and thinks that everyone should conform to their opinions, and if they don't, they're basically sexist bigots. On Nexus mods right now, there's a mod called Enhanced Nude Bodies, which has over 1 million downloads already. And since the mod is pretty not safe for YouTube, I can't even really show any images of it. But this mod, understandably, does what it says, which takes various characters within BG3 and enhances their bodies to make them look more idealized. There's another mod called Beauty Curvy Body and Sexy Outfits, which is also not very safe for YouTube to show. But like it also says, it makes the characters more attractive and gives various individuals interesting forms of attire, to put it one way. Anyway, according to the DualShocker journalist, they don't exactly find the sexy mods problematic per se, because thankfully they understand that BG3 is a very horny game. And it is, which is why those mods have a combined download rate of 1.3 million. And considering BG3 has, of the making of this video anyway, sold somewhere around 10 million units plus, that's a sizable chunk of the player base go.
Recently, and for no reason at all, I asked Mint Mobile's
playthroughs more not safe for work, which is one way to put it. And hey, I ain't condemning them either. Video games are escapism after all. If you want to make Lae'zel or Shadowheart look like a vanillaware Dragon's Crown woman, I'm all for the support of that. Because after all, that's what mods are for. They just mod your game and yours alone. Nobody else is affected by it because obviously BG3 is a single player game, so what's the issue exactly? Well, the journal has a problem with other mods they say that bend the knee to Western white standards. As they say in their own words, mods that smoothen out facial features are flirting with this narrative even if that's not the author's intention. Why can't these characters just be themselves? The constant pushing of Western white beauty standards is tiring even if it isn't something as trivial as a Baldur's Gate 3 facial mod. One of the mods they complain about is called Another Face for Lae'zel, which thankfully I can actually show you this one. So here it is. The mod does exactly as it says, as it makes Lae'zel conventionally more attractive and less reptilian alien-like. Here's a side-by-side comparison for you. On the left is your original Lae'zel, and on the right is what the mod does, and yeah, obviously the mod does make Lae'zel more conventionally attractive. Although I love Lae'zel either way, after all, she was my love interest when I beat BG3 a few months back myself. But I have a thing for women in video games who look like they could kill me. I don't know what that says about myself, but I feel as if my track record of previous love interests in games like Cassandra in Dragon Age Inquisition or Miranda in Mass Effect 2 kinda proves I clearly have a type. But anyway, the journal is upset because a mod that alters Lae'zel's face is so popular, which currently has around 70,000 downloads. They say the mods that alter female characters are bad because it's a reinforcement of conventional beauty standards on a character who is wholly unconcerned with beauty. But I feel as if you're saying that about Lae'zel is also incorrect, since the character, like Karlach or Shadowheart, are beautiful in their own ways, and it goes deeper than just how they look. And I don't think it's a bad thing if fans want to make characters even more idealized, because after all, that's what mods are for in the first place. The writer then says this: there has been a lot of often toxic discourse in gaming over the last couple of years regarding the appearance of women in video games. A lot of this irrational ire has been directed towards Guerrilla Games for their design of Aloy, the protagonist of the Horizon series. According to the Terminally Online, Aloy is an example of how media is defaming women, making them intentionally unattractive to push some sort of nebulous agenda. That's all nonsense, obviously, and mods that smoothen out facial features are flirting with this narrative even if that's not the author's intention. Why can't these characters just be themselves? The constant pushing of Western white beauty standards is tiring even if it isn't something as trivial as a Baldur's Gate 3 facial mod. And like always, these journalists find a way to reveal their hands and prove that, like everything else that upsets them, it's simply because it doesn't adhere to their agenda and their beliefs. First of all, we do know that female characters are being deliberately made less appealing on purpose by Western creators. Take one look at the last 5 years alone of female character designs and you'd have to be legally blind to not see it's a deliberate attempt almost across the entire industry. I did a whole video a few weeks back where a Naughty Dog whistleblower explained that studios like that and others absolutely have meetings discussing how to create their female characters. And in that video, it's revealed by that whistleblower that the reason why female characters are made less appealing is to cater to the trans crowd out there who they believe will get offended if a female character is too curvaceous or beautiful. But as I've said previously, this idea is nonsense from the get-go. And what they should be doing is making idealized characters for men, women, and transgender people instead. Because by diluting and ruining character designs to appeal to trans players, what these artists are really saying is that they believe trans players can only connect to a character if the character is ugly, which is actually counterintuitive to what these studios
This case is never going to be solved.
want to be doing, and they are instead offending trans people while also failing their male and female player demographics alike. Of course, this journalist acts as if none of this is real. And it's simply, yet again, somehow white people's fault as Baldur's Gate 3 mods, according to them, bend to white beauty standards. Yet again, these journalists, like many others, doesn't realize what they just said was offensive themselves. And they're condemning the 1.3 million Steam players who use these mods and are calling them sexist, bigoted, racist because they want to mod their game. Which again, may I add, has no effect on this journalist's, mine, or yours playthroughs. That's the beauty of single player games, but for these idiots, it's never enough. You aren't allowed to have fun in your own escapism on your own time. Everything must be filtered through their ideological stances before you can have your fun. And that's not only stupid, it's very wrong and backwards. Also, looking at the Lae'zel mod, I don't really see her as being more white. She has hints of Asian features in her as well. But regardless, none of that matters. They simply made her face more round, which is more an Asian face shape, and gave her bigger eyes, which could be any sort of person. It's not like big eyes are a white person thing only. There's people of all kinds who fit that bill who aren't white. But of course, that doesn't fit the agenda, so naturally they'll ignore it like they always do while they poop their pants, then blame it on you instead. They also complain that another popular mod de-ages Jaheira and smooths out her skin. Okay, and? What's the problem here? How does this mod affect your playthrough exactly? Oh right, it doesn't, and what people do to their playthroughs shouldn't matter, but of course, again, Jaheira being de-aged is likely also somehow the White Devil's fault as well. Another mod apparently smooths out Karlach's skin, and look, and this writer is mad because Karlach is a battle-hardened warrior with scars, which is, sure, fair enough. But it's not like this mod is any better or worse than the other examples, and really when it comes to warriors, especially Nordic ones, they were obsessed with beauty standards themselves, and it was custom for generals and high-ranking officials and armies since time immemorial to be emblazoned with amazing armor and well-kept looks. It's a sign of authority and idealism is what I'm saying, and again, players smoothing out Karlach's skin is fine. Maybe they didn't like how she looked before, that's why it's a mod. And if you disagree with it, that's fine too, because Karlach still looks like her normal self in the base game if you play it with no mods anyways. But I think this journalist is just as tone-deaf as so many others before them, because they're mad that their way of thinking is that everything
Says him back, hey.
must be as ugly and contorted as they are, and if the people don't agree with it, that they're somehow in the wrong. I think it's totally fine that players want to embrace sexy, strong female characters, and if they want to put them in bikinis or smooth out their faces or change the hairstyle or something, I say let them do it. It's not like it affects your playthrough anyway. You're within your right to play in the corner by yourself and be ugly all you want. But don't think for a second that everyone else needs to be just as miserable as you are or needs to conform to your needs so that you don't throw a fit. You're not a child, and the world owes you nothing. Neither do these mods or the Baldur's Gate 3 player base. People like this is why many gatekeep their hobbies, because when you allow morons like this into your fandoms, they'll do everything in their power to spread their ideological rot in order to make things as miserable as themselves. Screw these people, but sadly,
forever you and me.
It doesn't end here. There was this big Polygon article surrounding the game Helldivers 2 and how its community has become essentially a real military group that uses call signs and are role-playing as real-life soldiers. I find the entire saga surrounding Helldivers 2 to be awesome and downright hilarious at times.
I'm not sure
As for
if
the
you
small
voices
fraction
turned
of
over
time I
Facebook.
played of the game myself,
It's
I
playing
had
the
people
video sound, but
in-game
when you
moaning
pause
when
to
they
talk,
got
it
shot,
doesn't come through.
and role-playing like they were actually bleeding.
Oh snap, I just realized. Yeah, okay, my thing was on mute.
Bleeding out. It was amazing. I remember this one guy while I was
Thank you.
playing was just blasting the American national anthem through his headset the entire time. I mean, my ears were blasted from it, but I gotta admit, I was laughing at how ridiculous it all was, in a good way of course. But now, like always, journalists and those groups decided that Helldivers 2 is anti-LGBTQ. Because according to them, the game bans any and all flags, signs, or discussions
No one cares. I'm not gonna lie, no one gives a shit.
surrounding politics within the game. And the reason why this has riled up the mostly liberal-minded players is that Helldivers 2 is inherently political itself. So banning political speak or symbols within it is hypocritical, but it isn't actually. The reason for this is because Helldivers 2 is not real, sorry to break it to you.
Sorry.
And it's also its own universe with its own themes and ideas that exist outside of the cultural zeitgeist that we all live in. Like the Baldur's Gate 3 mods pissing off that one journalist, Helldivers 2 also doesn't need to conform to the ideals of some to appease them. And apparently, within the forums of the game, the devs have been banning or downright deleting any threads that ask for LGBTQ representation. And players are claiming the devs are now bigots, but again, they're missing the point. The devs rightfully realize that by allowing propaganda and flags from the real world to exist in their fictional universe that sole purpose is for escapism, will do nothing but ruin the experience and take players out of their immersion.
Thank you.
It would be like playing a Final Fantasy game and randomly you see the American flag in it. It wouldn't make any sense for it being there because America, obviously, like any other country, whether it's Japan or whatever else, doesn't exist within, let's say, Final Fantasy VII. By including real-life symbols and flags into a fictional world, it ruins the game's identity and becomes yet another game that doesn't truly allow players their escapism that they actually crave. One user on Steam said this regarding Helldivers 2. I was banned from the Discord for what I'm about to say, but I do not think it is that controversial. I would like this game to remain politically neutral. Someone in Discord suggested LGBTQ skins. And my response was keep homosexual politics out of the game, and I would like to make this a formal request for public support. I do not need or want political nonsense in my games in support of Trump, Ukraine, BLM, Gaza, Israel, or LGBT.
Thank you.
All of which have become politically oriented. And I think what this user is saying is right, and they're not against LGBTQ messaging alone. They don't even want Trump symbols or American flags either. They just want the game to be what it is, a game. And not a political jumping off point that is being used by bad actors to infiltrate and ruin things, and I believe that's a good and noble thing to strive for. Another user said their friend got banned from a Discord for saying Helldivers should add a LGBT cape, to which they said, my friend got permabanned from the Discord without a warning when all bro did was ask if there's a chance they will add a LGBT cape or background.
No.
Dude was permabanned and even got a death threat in his DMs. I get it that a lot of people that play this game are Call of Duty fanboys, but dude, it is pathetic how toxic this community is. All he asked was to add in one thing, and for some reason everyone thinks they're going to cater to LGBTQ people or somehow it's going to turn into politics.
It will.
People just think adding
it
one
will.
thing...
Once this
All
is
games have some form of politics.
yes, because when you think of it this way, it will. Because once you ask for one, it doesn't stay there. It just doesn't. It doesn't matter if you or identify as anything. As soon as you ask for something that caters to one group, then you have to put all groups in it. That's just how it works. And what people do not understand is that once you do this, and once you do this, it's gonna be like, okay, we put in that. Then you're like, can you add this? And then you go, can you add that? Because they got it. It's that funny scene from Family Guy.
Sounds messed up to me, lol.
Like it's that funny scene from Family Guy when I think something about it was between Brian and Peter's father-in-law, Lois's dad, Carter. Peter Smith, I think is his name. And he was talking to Brian about something. I think it was about the cancer cure or something. And he made a statement about, oh, I get X, Y, and Z, right? He gets like some type of candy. I think it was a candy. And once he got candy, the employee saw him got candy from Carter's employees because he's their employer. As soon as Brian got the candy or some type of item that he asked for, then the employee saw him get it, and then they start asking, "Oh, I want one," and then all of a sudden they started one.
Scene you're talking about.
Yeah, and then Peter and Carter said, "Oh, look what you see, Brian. Look what you just started. Now everyone wants one." You know what I'm saying? Like once you start that, it just ends up being a whole rigmarole of problems. I think this is great because it makes the devs focus on the gameplay, not stupid shit like this.
Completely ruin the game and end the world. I don't get it and how it's gonna separate us from being united. It's not that deep. It is one thing, which is a rainbow flag. They already got loads of other capes of different colors. I don't see how adding one rainbow cape is gonna ruin anything.
LOL pretty much.
But see, what this player doesn't realize is all it takes is to add one.
It just takes one. That's where it starts. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, okay, let's put it this way. Let's not say it's about the diversity part. Let's just say someone who's a weeb asks, can you put an anime girl on the cape? Or you put, like, Jujutsu Kaisen insignia or My Hero Academia. Once you start doing that, people be like, oh, you get it for the weebs now. What about us? Right? What about people who identify as Black Lives Matter? What about people who identify as the Gaza thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then you have to add all these things because once you give it to the weebs or whatever, you gotta give it to everyone. It's the same thing. I would not want no Jujutsu Kaisen, no anime stuff on the capes, because it puts everyone on the same playing field. It puts everyone on the same damn playing field. As long as no one's being catered to specially, everyone's being catered to. That's how you get your diversity. If everyone is not being catered to, or specific people not being catered to, everyone's being catered to.
Stuff, so they added it. Then, a couple years later, they complained about getting the stuff removed from the game that the people asked for.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's wild.
Before it becomes 2 other things, then 5 other things, and eventually the entire game is flooded with real-world symbolism and propaganda.
Yep.
And then the entire game just loses its identity completely. This other user perfectly explains why Helldivers 2 needs to stay politically neutral. Just listen to what they say. I can't believe this. It is literally 2024. Everyone should be allowed to express their true gender identity.
Oh, Jesus.
Otherwise,
I said it! What did I say? Anyone who starts the fucking argument as in, it's 2024, it's X, Y, and Z. I'm telling you, if anyone tells you straight in your face and says, the year, or we need to normalize, if these two terms comes out, once they say that shit, they're about to say some degenerate shit that you're not gonna be okay with. It's wild. I said it many times. If anyone tells you the year as it's a justification of what their degenerate shit is, they're going to push it. I've been saying this for years. Like, what the hell? If they ever say it's 2024, it's 2023, it's 2022, it's not 1986. If they tell you the year, or they say we need to normalize, when you hear that term, it's usually something really stupid. It's some stupid degenerate shit that no one wants, asks for, or even it will not bring in because there is a precedent on why you don't bring it in, and because they are so far gone in their shit, they're not going to stop. They're not going to see they're not going to see the full picture. They're just seeing the picture that they want to see. The piece of the picture that they think is great, but not the whole thing. That's wild every time. Every time
playing this game. This sort of transgression
I'm gonna
is
go back on that.
to add one thing before it becomes 2 other things, then 5 other things, and eventually the entire game is flooded with real-world symbolism and propaganda. And then the entire game just loses its identity completely. This other user perfectly explains why Helldivers 2 needs to stay politically neutral.
People ask for this, then change their minds a few years later.
Yeah, and that's
driving gaming industries crazy.
Yeah, and that's also thing. I never even think about that either. Like, I don't think about them changing their mind. I always think they're gonna stay on that, but I keep forgetting that they do eventually. Because remember, Pepe Le Pew is a problem now. Speedy Gonzalez is a problem now. You know what I'm saying? Samuel Sam is a problem now. I'm saying, like, it's wild. It's a wild concept to deal with this nonsense. Oh my god.
Just listen to what they say.
I
can't believe
for
this.
Gaming
it is literally
industries.
2024.
I do too.
I
do too. I really do too. I feel bad for game devs because I don't think majority of them even wants to do half this shit. Honestly.
Express their true gender identity. Otherwise, what even is the point of playing this game? This sort
Don't
of
play the game then!
Nothing short of
Oh my god! Not everyone needs to play every fucking game that have your so-called thing in it. Just move on to something else. If you don't like the game because it doesn't have that flag you want so damn bad, play a game that has it. There's a bunch of Call of Duty games that have all the flags. Play Call of Duty! That's actually well, not popular than this, probably not right now. But, like, there's a bunch of games that has this. It's not like there's not 110 of them. You know what I'm saying? So when you pull this bullshit game where this one game that happens to be popular right now that doesn't have your so-called diverse flag, what's the point of playing it? There's 110 other games. Shit, like, what the hell?
Phobic, bigoted, closed-minded, and transphobic. Add LGBT representation. It doesn't have to be major. Just add trans LGBT flags or capes. There comes a point where us actual good people need to put our foot down and fight this bigotry.
Oh, shut the
This is unacceptable. My point is that it really isn't that hard to be a good person and give us oppressed players a voice. We are valid and strong.
Oppressed players.
People point out the unacceptable hate.
They sound desperate and they're making their desperation a little too apparent.
They're oppressed. The people who gets everything is oppressed. As soon as they don't get what they want, they're oppressed.
And intolerance, the more likely we are going to get our representation we rightfully deserve. Add it now. And this is exactly why I believe Helldivers 2 should never add anything from the real world whatsoever.
I wouldn't either.
I don't think
don't
the
listen
game
to them.
needs LGBT flags as much as the game doesn't need a Make America Great Again helmet.
Yep.
Like, imagine if Helldivers 2 decided to add flags of
that.
countries as capes. And you had some people with Israel capes seeing other players with Palestine flags, and remember the game has friendly fire too. You can imagine right then
where would that
the
go?
amount of toxicity and political nonsense that would be going on right
Let's see
there.
how that will
People
go.
would be getting kicked out of parties, shot to death, and harassed for things like this. And it's the same.
They don't think. They don't think. And then think about this. The people in the Middle East are not very fond with the rainbow flag. I hope you know this.
With your trans or LGBT capes or whatever else. All you're going to do is turn the game into a politically charged nightmare, and trust me, you don't want that. And as the users said themselves, they only want LGBTQ representation in order to prove a point.
No!
It was never about making the game better. It was just to draw lines in the sand to ensure that their beliefs and ideologies are seen by others. They want to actively piss off others or annoy them because then they can use that ammunition in forums, discords, Twitter, or whatever else. And get their way, so to speak, and get people they don't agree with banned or worse. How does any of this help the community in keeping it together? It doesn't. And I think making everyone the same is a good move too, because it allows people who might normally...
It's like they're trying to change people.
Yes, it's supremacy. It's just supremacy and it's nonsense. It's ultimately just supremacy. It's not about being on the same plane. That's why they're making a stank about it. Because anyone with a brain knows.
We see it enough IRL, we're good on that.
Like, it's like this. If I was a teacher, a kindergarten teacher, and I said it's snack time, and I give each kid a cookie and a milk, right? Like cookies and milk, just basic cookies, nothing special. And then that one kid asks, "Can I get gummy bears?" And I said yes. Guess what the other kids are gonna ask? They're gonna ask for anything but the cookie and the thing they have, and then everyone gets one. And what's sad about this is, even if everyone gets one, what's going to happen is, say someone has gummy bears, right? And the other one has, like, I don't know, fucking fudge cakes or something, like fudge. And for some odd reason, people who has fudge has problem with people who eat gummy bears. For some political reason, because if you eat gummy bears, you're some type of X, Y, and Z. If you eat some type of fudge, you're X, Y, and Z. And you think those kids who are either sitting next or across from each other just going to leave each other alone? Fuck no, they're not going to do it.
And if we don't accept their so-called gender, they have riots and fights
Yes.
like they're 2 years old in a public setting, crying about us not accepting them, and act like we should be their gender.
Yes.
TBH, I am half tempted to whack every one of them. Something similar happened to me last night, LOL.
For real, bro? What happened? Oh, Jesus, you're making me worry, Brian. Don't do this. Oh, you're making me laugh. You make me feel bad if it's something really bad. Fuck, that was too perfectly sad. What the fuck? Bro, don't do this.
I have been tolerating this, but what they're doing is a step too far.
Yeah, yeah, that's what it is. See, this is what happens when
Yeah, with the kids.
With the kids, okay, with the nieces, okay. I guess you was giving them food and they did something similar. Like you give them like snacks or something, and they just did that very thing. Hey, Bram, what's going on? But yeah, that's how it is. Like, for real, the kids are not going to, like, they're, like, you gotta look at the gamers like children. You gotta look at them literally like children, right? So, what the problem is that once they get what they want, they're not going to leave each other alone for the stuff they ask for. Actually, they'll criticize, harass, and attack each other for the things that they ask for. And then what happens is, if gummy bears really don't like fudge, or fudge don't really like gummy bears, they're going to go and complain about, you should take out gummy bears because it makes these people X, Y, and Z. Or the people who have fudge makes them X, Y, and Z. So they're begging and pleading and threatening the devs to take out the thing that the previous person asked for. So what happens is, what these baby gamers don't realize, or these woke individuals don't realize, once they put it in, there's going to be a great chance that someone's going to ask for it to go. And what they don't realize is, what you ask for applies back to you and everyone around you.
What's worse is, one of my cousins, we can't even call her a she anymore, we have to call her a male. They say accept her, and I said she's no longer a part of my family cause of the she did.
Yeah.
She's even getting her inappropriate parts changed to a male, the works, the whole package. I'm enraged.
God. Sad. So sad. Sad.
Not want to play.
And I don't even blame you. I blame you, the adults around her. I blame the adults around her who even accept this shit, destroying their life. They're destroying themselves. And then what statistics prove is, these people don't live long past the age of 30 or 40 when they do it.
Together.
Actually, when they get it,
I'm not so much sad, I'm disgusted and revolted.
Yeah, but because what happens is, usually it's proven that most of the time when they do go through the whole surgery, after the whole thing, they just up their ante of deleting their existence on a higher level. Not like right away, but higher than before. Because one thing about the human mind is you can't live a lie long enough. Because when you live a lie, it tends to get to you eventually, one way or another. So like it doesn't really make a difference. So even if you don't accept it.
Do you have any tips on making poses for character?
Oh yeah. I have a video on those things.
Her parents accepted her but they're not happy about it?
Then
I want nothing to do with her.
Then if that's the case, that her parents are doing them a disservice because they probably told her that stupid thing that they told what's her name? Chloe, what's her face? They said, would you rather have a alive type of child or would you have a croaked one? That's probably what they told them. So they said they don't want to look at bad parents, so they said, you know, I'll just accept it for what it is because I don't want to be a bad parent in front of the eyes of others. Not that what they're doing is just pretty much evil, but, you know, it is what it is.
Because of political beliefs.
Okay, just to answer your question real quick, I will answer your question real quick, Bram, right after this video we're done, and then I will answer that. I promise you. I promise you. It's only like, what, 4 minutes left, I think? I'll answer your question.
Actually band together. And what they're missing is that this is inherently the point of all of this. Helldivers 2 isn't trying to separate players into camps of us versus them. They're trying to bring all of you together so you can fight for something greater than yourselves, and not see each other for the images and flags that will trigger certain parts of your brain. And it's not just LGBT capes. I know for a fact if there was a Trump Make America Great Again cape that players could wear, it would trigger liberal players the same way conservative ones would be with an LGBT flag. It's all the same nonsense is what I'm saying, and these people aren't realizing that by getting upset about these things, all they're doing is proving that Helldivers devs were right to not include any of this crap to begin with. Then you have this user who says, why keep politics out of a game that is inherently political itself? They say, like the entire premise of all the lore in this game is a criticism of hyper-authoritarian governments that promote nationalism to blind the population into undying faith in the ideas of the American dream. What do you mean keep politics out? The premise of the lore is politics, plus trans people, LGBT people existing is not politics, they are real, not political. See? Right there?
Right there, you just killed yourself. Yes, yeah, you just killed your... You just killed your argument, but I'm realizing it. You just killed the argument. You didn't even hear themselves. Hear this again.
Is proving that Helldivers devs were right to not include any of this crap to begin with.
Oh my god.
This user who says, why keep politics out of a game that is inherently political itself? They say, like the entire premise of all the lore in this game is a criticism of hyper-authoritarian governments that promote nationalism to blind the population into undying faith in the ideas of the American dream. What do you mean keep politics out? The premise of the lore is politics, plus trans people, LGBT people existing is not politics.
Oh my god. They don't get it. He literally said out loud, the game is a hyper-awareness of what it is in war. It's supposed to be a literal joke on it. That's what makes it not real. Because remember, in the game, when you die, you can respawn. You're fighting giant monster-like bug things. That does not exist, as far as we know it. So therefore, it's not real. So trying to make something real and something that's not real is not going to work.
They are real, not political. See? Right there, that user said the entire lore is about the American dream. But Helldivers 2 does not mention or use the American flag whatsoever. The only flag they use is Super Earth. Because in Helldivers lore, all religions, creeds, and people
Imagine if they sat there and said, let's put a flat Earth flag or cape. You think that's gonna go fly well with people who don't think the world is flat or not? The fuck? You don't think that's gonna go left? That shit's gonna go left. And the world is not fucking flat.
United as one under a single flag. So the existence of other flags is pointless, since waving an American or a rainbow flag would mean nothing in that game's world. Cause there is no America or anyone else. There is only Super Earth, and they fail to realize that. Ultimately, what these players fail to realize is that they are demanding ways to segregate and divide each other in a game that proposes that regardless of your political beliefs or upbringings, that you are all citizens of Earth, and that's all that should matter in the end anyway. But the fact so many of these idiots fail to realize this is why Helldivers 2's devs should never bend the knee and appease to anyone of any political party ever. No conservative agendas, no liberals, no furries or gays or straight white males, nothing.
Good!
Throw all that shit to the wayside, pick up your controller, load your gun, and go shoot some bugs and robots in the name of Super Earth. If you can't see the beauty in its simplicity, then you are unfortunately someone who doesn't understand the concept of escapism to begin with. And finally, I think this Helldivers story perfectly links to this Final Fantasy.
You know what's kind of happening in reverse? I kind of realized it a couple of days ago. It's not that mind-blowing to figure out, but like I'm just now coming to this realization that in the real world, we're supposed to accept people's fantasies and nonsense. In video games, we're supposed to bring real world concepts into a fantasy world. Did anyone not realize this? Ain't that kind of odd? I'm supposed to accept individuals' crazy ideologies in real life. And not say anything because I'll be some type of ist. But if I were playing a video game, we need to bring that bring that fantasy real world nonsense into the fantasy fake game. That's a bit weird.
Yeah, kinda odd, lol.
Fucking weird.
Fantasy story where the director of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth said this via bounding into comics.
Also,
Final Fantasy
people
VII
in the real
Rebirth
world are fighting back saying they aren't going to accept their fantasies and they're telling the people to wake the hell up.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I swear. I can't wait till AI takes away these people's jobs.
Director says purpose of entertainment is to give people the will to live, today and tomorrow. This statement comes from Naoki Hamaguchi, who firmly believes entertainment should not extort, preach, or distract any audience with any ideological nonsense, and that video games should always be about escapism and giving people joy so that they can find happiness in life. Hamaguchi was speaking to a Filipino news outlet called Rappler for this interview, to which this journalist asked, "How does it feel to have such a great effect on gamers, especially during this day, and do you have a message for those waiting for this kind of game?" To which Naoki Hamaguchi said, and I quote, "To answer your first question, I myself respect the original game very much. After almost 30 years and remaking this game, having the responsibility of remaking this game, the feeling that comes straight away is I don't want to let the title let this game down, let the fans down. So this is a message to people that are aspiring to join the industry having played this game. There are many forms of entertainment today, not only gaming but movies, streaming, YouTube. But the base is the same. It's to give people the will to live, today and tomorrow. If the title you created allows people to have this feeling, then that's a great feeling. If you don't forget this, then I'm sure you'll be able to create a game that has this effect on people." End
Says
quote.
it's going good.
And I think
just
what
fell
Hamaguchi
down
says
the
here
stairs.
is perfect, and it's what I and many others continue to fight for in this ongoing war for the soul of video games and entertainment at large. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and games like Helldivers 2 prove that you can make great games without pushing a political message. And more often than not, you'll reach more people and change the hearts of those disillusioned by simply giving them joy and happiness, over feeding into their political leanings, because video games can have political themes, sure, but they should never be direct reflections of real-world beliefs. Look at any game that has failed pushing agendas and place them up against Rebirth or Helldivers to name a few. The proof is in their reception, scores, and fans. Making everything political will do nothing but sour the well for everyone. And if you ask me whether it's demanding players adhere to the whims of out-of-touch journalists,
Says, what are you
demanding
listening
female
to?
characters
Those
not be
great games,
sexy,
if we're lucky.
We're doing
Helldivers is
a
1.2
podcast.
commentating.
We're doing a podcast, so if you want to come over here and be part of the conversation, you can. We do everything from video games, comic books, anime recommendations, and all that great stuff. So if you want to be a part of that, you can come over here on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, or Kick. If you don't know where to find it, go to the link in bio.
Okay.
Or
You won't be able to hear it on
Fantasy's desire
TikTok.
to bring joy to everyone, Video
TikTok is a
games should
pansy.
always be about
Why does this sound
escapism and
political,
bringing
kind
joy
of?
to people's lives. And it's sad how so many have forgotten this due to the radicalization they suffered without even realizing it. But what do you think about all of this? As always, thank you for watching, subscribe, share, and like the video if you enjoyed it, and thanks to my patrons as well. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see you in the next one.
There you go.
Says my Twitch does not work. It makes me signing over and over again.
Oh, thank you on YouTube. I streamed to all platforms at once. Okay, so that was in Debian. The Helldellers 2 accused of anti-diversity agenda. Let me see. Boulder Gates 3 mods engage woke feminists. Okay, so there we go. So that's pretty much what Debian said, and
What's next?
And I agree with him. And with that said, we're going to the next one. If you like this, like, share, follow, comment, and all that great stuff. And I'll see you guys next one. Laters. Alright, so it says here, Damsel Scratch reviews new girl boss. I'm not surprised. That was gonna be ass. No one was gonna watch that shit. We're going to Clownfish. What do they have? Madam Web stars trashes the movie. Don't care. Disney costs how much? Is these the current ones? I already know about the whole Baby Ink thing. Disney would almost double its prices in 10 years. I don't care about their prices. I will go with... Did I do the TikTok ban? Yeah, let's do the TikTok ban. Let's do that one. I kind of watched that one by myself, but I'll watch it. I don't mind. For those of you who don't know about the whole TikTok thing, I'm not surprised. I know Biden was going to use that shit to get rid of it. Because Biden knows that young people kind of follow him more than probably Trump does right now. So, like, he needs TikTok to win the
They've
elections.
been announcing it a lot lately.
Yeah, he needs TikTok to live with it because he knows all the young kids are there. So if they can... This is the weird part. They'll say TikTok is a problem on our X, Y, and Z, right? But they'll still use the problem app to promote their elections. They did that last time. So what does that say? It's like that's like saying me, I don't like Bry. I don't trust Bry with catering to the... Okay, that's like saying I don't trust Bry as a mod because I think he's going to say evil things to the audience. But I make Bry head honcho of all the mods. You know what I'm saying? I made him admin.
They are going to vote on TikTok ban close to around March 18th.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. But like, this is the thing I don't understand. It's like, I don't trust Bry as a mod, but I'm going to make him admin. I don't trust this app.
Says salutations, my good chum.
But I'm going to still put my election stuff to get people to into elections. It doesn't make any sense. Hello. Oh, hey, 3NB. What's going on, bro? So this is Clownfish. I watched a little bit about this on my own, but I'll rewatch it anyway. So TikTok ban incoming, Reddit is going public. So let's see.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This
Says not
is
much.
Neon.
How is
I'm
he
not
doing
here with
this
Gigi
splendid
Sparkles in this
hour?
video, but we're going to talk about TikTok getting banned. We're going to talk about Reddit.
Right now we're doing a reaction podcast. If you want to come over here, you can. We're doing on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, and Kick, so you can pick whatever you want, whatever platform. You just won't be able to hear on TikTok.
Going public, I think it's going to go down like BuzzFeed. So let's get into it. But before we do, go out to Spotify, iTunes, Amazon, wherever you listen to podcasts, and look for the D-Res.
Says one
podcast.
shall join on all.
The Clownfish TV podcast.
I appreciate
we do interviews once a week with creators and people associated with tech.
Says
and
one
even the
shall
paranormal.
return.
We're going to be doing all kinds of shows this year. It drops every week. I think currently we're doing Wednesdays. So go out and give that podcast a sub, please. Maybe we'll get some people that know more about this topic than I do, and we can have a more lengthy conversation. But I know we've got some shows coming up dealing with artificial intelligence. We have some shows coming up dealing with comics and the X-Men and the AAA gaming industry and a whole bunch of stuff. So make sure you're subbed to that. All right, let's get right into this. We're talking about banning TikTok again. And, I don't know what's going to happen with this. I want to be very clear. But it is coming up again. About a year ago, I think it's been about a year, TikTok had to send its representatives to Congress to testify that it was not Chinese spyware. And, then it just kind of fell off a cliff. Like, we didn't hear much about it. And now it's apparently going to be something that Biden is going to use for his campaign.
Thank you.
See how that makes no sense?
_X_.
You see how that shit makes no sense? That doesn't make any sense. What the hell? That doesn't make any damn sense. I don't, listen to this. I don't trust the teacher around the children.
Emote 107237 for Artextric IDKCHEIF.
Hello. Bro, it's like saying I don't trust a certain teacher around the children, right? Because they have sus, behavior. But I'll make him, not only that he's going to be in charge of the children, he will be the only teacher watching them.
One very concrete
Says
by
it's
thou
kind
podcasts.
of weird. I think I can add stuff to your showcase for
asterisk.
you.
Showcase? One is confused by the podcast. That's just so weird. It's kind of weird. I think I can add stuff to. Yes, you can do that now. I gave you that
Talk about
permission.
Biden and how he's going to
That doesn't make any
use
sense.
TikTok, but also potentially ban it. This is coming from
Says the little
CNN.
shopping cart you have in the corner. It's a shovel stream here on.
Ban of TikTok in America.
Yeah, I gave that
A new bill
Billy
that
to
could
you.
ban
It was
TikTok
new.
from all U.S. phones and
I don't know what it
tablets is
does,
set for vote by a key House committee on Thursday, reflecting renewed bipartisan efforts to respond to national security concerns. The draft legislation would prohibit TikTok from U.S. app stores unless the social media platform used by 170 million Americans is quickly spun off from its China-linked parent company ByteDance. The House Energy
Says,
and Commerce
do you want
Committee
me to
reviewed
add
the bill.
stuff or just
If
leave
enacted,
it
the bill
alone
would
Leave
give
it alone
until
for
you're
now.
ready for that?
165
Yeah,
days,
just
a
leave it
little
alone
more
for
than
now.
5 months to sell TikTok. If not divested by that date, it would be illegal for the App Store operators such as Apple or Google to make it available for download. The bill also contemplates similar prohibitions for other apps
Says
controlled
okay.
by foreign
3.
adversary companies. Foreign adversary companies. It's the most aggressive legislation targeting TikTok to come out of Congress since the company CEO is at Shu Chu. I think it was Shu Chu, testified to lawmakers last year that the app poses no threats to Americans. Now, it's interesting. I watched part of that, and I could see both sides of it. I could see where people have concerns about TikTok being spyware or having influence over Americans on one hand, but the people that were talking to this guy sounded like a bunch of boomers. Like, they're like, so explain cookies to us. How does that work?
Yeah,
And
that
you
shit
have to,
was
give
stupid. My God, that was stupid. It's like it was like watching the whole what was it, Mark Zuckerberg trial thing when he was on the stand, and they was asking him a bunch of stupid questions. I was like, wow. Like, why don't they put young people who are into politics knowing what these terms are, or something? Why are you putting these old bucket heads on the fucking stand? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why are you adding these old people on the front to ask Mark Zuckerberg or Chew, whatever this dude name from TikTok, anything about computer stuff if they don't know what that is? You have no young people in your or young people who use phones and stuff in your so-called in this generation who's in the politics or some type of title that they can't sit up there and know what he's talking about, so he can't just say whatever. Well, he's not gonna probably say whatever, but like, geez, it doesn't make any sense.
your email address. Well,
So we do things
how do we know
backwards.
they're not
Why?
going to sell your email address? Like, they didn't seem to understand how the internet worked, and a lot of the things that they were throwing at TikTok, you could throw those accusations at like any other
like
social
bro, like when you stop and think of it even more, it's like talking to my parents. It's like explaining shit to my parents. It's like they don't know certain things and concepts and stuff. That's why whenever my mom's on the computer and something happens, she's quick to call me. I don't know what happened. I clicked on something. What happened? Am I getting hacked? I remember I was helping my the girlfriend's dad with something the other day, and they called me because I guess the little brother did something on the computer, and as I'm explaining to him what to do, he's getting like heated and mad because not me, but that's just how he is. He just gets heated and mad because like he didn't know how to work the computer. So whenever I told him to click and do something,
especially if you parents are baby boomers generation.
Yeah, it's like it's
I
wild.
have to explain everything to them.
Yeah, and it's funny, but yet it's scary because these are usually the people who are prone to be scammed or get scammed on the internet easily because they don't know how the internet works. So like, because what most old people know is what an email is to a certain extent. They know what an email is because it's just electronic mail. That's really what they know of it. But whenever anything beyond phishing emails and stuff like that, they don't know what that is. So whenever they get like those one emails that's saying you win $1,000 or whatever the hell, they'll click on it and not know that they're just literally open a virus to themselves. Right. So like, but then again, it doesn't have to be like those type of those types. It could be like those AI generated like emails that look very legit.
My parents want to back to old dial phones that were hooked up to the ceiling.
Oh shit. Because like it's funny. So like when they asked the Chew man, I forgot his name, Chew, I think his name from TikTok.
My mom keeps asking me to screenshot things for her.
Yeah, and my uncle does the same crazy. He constantly asks me, send me a picture of yourself. I haven't seen you in so long. I keep telling him, you have Android. I have iPhone. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult for me to send stuff to you. If you have like a Facebook or something, I can send you stuff there. But he decides not to make one. He does not have one because he says it's too much work. But I keep telling him, you have Android. I have iPhone. It's not like I can't send you a picture. It's just gonna be difficult for you to see it because every time I send it, you don't get it. It just doesn't work like that. I know there's a workaround, but like getting him to do X, Y, and Z is like trying to pull teeth.
Media company, right? The bill was introduced with some bipartisan support earlier this week.
My dad
by
doesn't
Wisconsin
even know
Republican
how to
Mike
work
Gallagher,
his phone, and
who
he's had
chairs
it
a
for
House
over
Select
6 years,
Committee
and he
on
can't
China,
even figure out
and the
an
ranking member
iPhone.
of that
I believe you. I believe you.
Committee, Illinois Rep, is it Raja Krishmurthy? I think. The legislation also has the support of the White House and House Speaker Mike Johnson, though its prospects in the Senate are unclear. TikTok is mounting a push against the bill, including trying to mobilize its user base. They did this last year, too. They're like, TikTok is important, guys. You can learn so much from TikTok. It's an educational tool. I'm like, I don't know. TikTok's got, it can be used for that. Let's put it that way. It can be used for that. But it isn't often used for that. The company has served some users with full screen pop-ups in the app warning that the bill strips 170 million Americans of their constitutional right to free expression. This will damage millions of businesses, destroy the livelihoods of countless creators across the country, and deny artists an audience. Yeah, I think TikTok kind of destroyed the livelihoods of countless content creators, though, across the country anyway. They had this fund, and they basically kind of lured people to the platform and promised them money, and they had this creator fund, and then they pulled the plug.
Do you really have to sacrifice safety to have such a lush lawn? Well, no. With
on the creator fund, and then the person that was in charge of that, I think, left. So it's like it's really hard to make a living on TikTok unless you get brand deals, unless you sell merchandise. It's already hard to make a living on TikTok, and I think ByteDance is pocketing most of the money because they're clearly selling ads. They're clearly selling ads on TikTok. but I digress.
I'm not
the
sure
call
it
to action
destroyed them.
concludes with a link
They
prompting
might have
users.
had a life-changing problem that forced them off, or TikTok ripped them off.
No,
We don't really know.
No, TikTok has a problem of not keeping consistent. So like the whole the creators program was kind of got shut down pretty early. Like every time they announce something new, it eventually dies off within seconds. Well, not seconds, but like a couple months from once it was first announced, because they kind of realized that this short form thing is a problem, because people's attention spans suck, and they're one of the biggest contributors to this very thing.
Oh,
right. So
my bad.
So what's happening?
My brain got lost there for a sec.
No, what's happening is that because people's brains are like, they can't stay long enough, more than a minute, probably 30 seconds to probably 15 seconds, without getting bored of whatever they're, So that's why they keep rewarding people to make a minute-long video. That's why, if you kind of notice lately, my last few videos has been a minute long, or at least 50 seconds or higher, because I think this is the right step in the direction of fixing people's attention spans, but I think we need to do it much more harshly. It has to be like 5 minutes. I think if every platform said you have to make a video that's 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes long. No, 2 to 5 minutes long. Max 5 minutes, minimum 2. I think most people will get back to track of keeping their attention spans more connected, and stop pushing 30-second videos and less, because it's getting to a point where people cannot focus. They cannot focus. This is why you don't give children...
It might fix the problem.
It will fix...
The question is, will it fix it in time?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna fix in any short amount of time, because remember, TikTok has been around since what? 2017? late 2016, early 2017? Well, musically, but that was technically TikTok anyway. So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 7 years. So there's a lot of damage within that time. Almost a decade. Almost a decade. They have ruined people's ruined their everything. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not good. It is not good. So it's gonna take some time for things to go back in time. It might take another decade for this to be fixed, or at least get us back in track with kids and people. But a lot of people will be, I don't know. So, see, this is what happens when greed gets the best of us. When you let greed gets the best of us, shit like this happens. I think that's one of the worst concepts.
It might not heal if they're threatening to get rid of it.
No, but what this would do will probably force... I think TikTok will be probably gone by then, but like the other companies that still exist, that's been around much longer, like Instagram and Facebook, they will have to adhere to making videos like a minute long or more. That's the only way they can fix. They technically have to fix what TikTok has started. If TikTok dies, you know what I'm saying? So they have to fix what TikTok has started. Sadly, on their behalf. That's just a sad fact. But then again, they won't be mad at it, because if TikTok's out of the picture, that's just one less competition to worry about. They're not going to look at it that way. They're going to look at it as competition gone.
True.
Yay. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to see they're not going to care about the people who this thing has destroyed and got us to this point. They're just going to see money. That's all they see is money, 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 money.
To dial their members of Congress and express their opposition to the bill. Multiple congressional staffers told CNN Thursday that House offices are being flooded with phone calls, in some cases in the hundreds amid the campaign, hundreds of phone calls. Many of the calls appear to be coming from teenagers and the elderly, some of whom seem to be confused about why they are calling or why TikTok might be at risk. Speaking to reporters on the Capitol steps Thursday, Gallagher rejected characterization of the bill as a TikTok ban. It's not a ban. We're just not going to make it available to the public. It's going to be illegal. But it's not a ban. It's just you can't download it. But it's not a ban. He said it puts the choice squarely in the hands of TikTok to sever their relationship with the CCP. As long as okay, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. As long as ByteDance no longer owns the company, TikTok can continue to survive. People can continue to do all the dumb dance videos they want on the platform or communicate with their friends and all that stuff. The basic ownership structure has to change. Well, what if they sell it to another company that also answers to the CCP? You know, they got to sell it to America. They got to sell it to an American company. The statement to CNN, TikTok rejected lawmaker claims that the legislation is not a ban. It's totally a ban. This bill is an outright ban of TikTok, no matter how much the authors try to disguise it. Yeah, it is. This legislation will trample the First Amendment rights of 170 million Americans and deprive 5 million small businesses of a platform they rely on to grow and create jobs. Yeah, I noticed that they've been pushing that with TikTok. I've noticed that I've seen ads for TikTok that are like, you know, this person has a bakery and they hire these kinds of people and they're using TikTok for that. Or you can learn a lot from TikTok. They've been trying to change the public perception of TikTok. That's not just people doing dumb dances. The language means that many more parts of the economy will be affected by the bill more than just
Didn't
TikTok.
they try to ban TikTok once and they brought it back after a couple of years?
And they tried to ban TikTok once, and they didn't ban anything. They just didn't do it. Because at the time they mentioned the whole banning thing, that's when, for some odd reason, this thing keeps coming up around every time the election is happening. This conversation keeps coming up every time it's either at the dawn of some form of elections happening. They said the same fucking thing when Trump wanted to get rid of it. I think Trump wanted to get rid of it first because of what Biden said. Well, not Biden said, but what Biden also said too.
My bad. I got confused with something else.
Every time this thing comes up, it's always around the election. So I don't know what they're trying to, but this is the funniest part. This is where I think is a joke, because I'm not against the idea that they're gonna probably get rid of it still, but I find this as a joke, because if they was going to get rid of it, right, and they thought it was such a problem, they would have got rid of it by now, right? Why they keep putting it off every time? Because they realize how powerful the damn thing is, right? This is why Biden is saying he's going to use it to put in his elections, get TikTok to do election stuff for them. But they say it's a problem app. I don't get it. Is it a problem app or is it not? You can't just say something's a weapon and then be using said weapon if it's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
How did TikTok even get involved with the election anyway? Partnership.
No, it's more like he said. They say it's a spyware thing. They keep saying it's a spyware thing. So they're spying on you, doing what you're doing, take your information, X, Y, and Z type stuff. Right? But the problem I have is that if it's a threat, why are you using it? In something as sensitive as the election, quote unquote. Why would you? I don't get it. That's the part I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make much sense. This is why I use the analogy. If I don't trust Bry with doing his moderation responsibilities, why the fuck would I make him admin? That doesn't make any sense. I give him more power than he had before. Why would I do this? Right? Or let's not say give him more power. Let's just say, oh, I don't trust Bry because he says, like, okay, I don't trust Bry because he talks to his female moderators very sus-like. He's not doing this. I'm using an example. This is not Bry. Not that I know if he's not a problem. I'm just using an example. because the reason I'm using the example of Bri, because it's such the opposite of Bri, what I know. So like that's like me saying Bri has been like X, Y, and Z towards the female moderators, right? In a very negative way. And then I give, knowing that I said this, and then I give Bri the charge of admin over those female moderators.
At one point I heard a news report that said they use TikTok to learn information about the Americans and that's why TikTok is so popular. If it's true or not I'm not sure. But for a while it was the hot topic around the news back in October, I think.
I'm not sure if that's true or not, but like, I'm not saying it's not or anything, because there's a bunch of rumors about this app, but like I'm just saying, it doesn't make sense to me if the app is a problem.
Says nice poses.
Thank you, Leaf. Just so I don't understand, why would you say the app is a problem, but you're going to use it for your election? Because think about it, they say they don't let U.S. officials have TikTok on their phone. Like if you're a U.S. official or some type of person that's in the government, or you're a person who's I don't think cops count, but like if you're like, or a detective, anyone that's like CIA, FBI, Secret Service, all these things, like if you're in those high tier like authoritative positions, you're not allowed to have TikTok on your phone. And I don't even think their families are allowed to have TikTok on their phone, right? And what makes this funny is that they can't have TikToks on their phone, but the president is trying to get...
I think if I remember correctly, China, when TikTok first came out, were all for it, but I forget the reason
regulations so they can do their job.
No, but what's wild is that it's weird that the president says that this thing is a threat to our democracy, our elections, but you're using it for your election. I get why you're using it for elections, because all the young people are on it, but it's like counterintuitive in the argument. That's like saying someone's evil, but I'm gonna use that evil person to push my whatever. But I say they're evil, and you shouldn't have them around you. But you're using said person to push whatever you're doing. It's talking two ways out of your mouth. Like what are you doing? That's confusing. You're confusing everyone from that point. You know what I'm saying? It's very weird. And no one finds that weird that the president wants to use TikTok but says TikTok is a problem. Shouldn't you set by example and not use TikTok?
Says yeah.
That shit makes no sense to me. That's wild. Guys, we're talking about what's going on with TikTok as a podcast reaction. If you want to come over here on TikTok, on Twitch, YouTube, Trovo, and Kick. If you want to come over here and watch it, that's perfectly fine. We're talking about it. You can hear it on YouTube or Twitch or whatever. You can't hear it on...
Wait, you were gonna give tips before this VID, or am I wrong?
Oh shit, did I? Oh my god, I am so sorry. I did do that, did I? Okay. Fuck. Okay, there's 6 minutes left. Can you wait 6 minutes? I'm so sorry about that. That is definitely my fault. Not just even for that, Brian. I'll give you an extra question too, just for the inconvenience. I'm sorry about that.
He's manipulative but doesn't want to admit why he wants TikTok around and says it's a problem just to appease the people.
Yeah.
Classic Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
no
wild.
PRB.
Yeah, I got you.
Laws could enable Beijing to snoop around on the user information TikTok collects, potentially by forcing ByteDance to hand over the data. That might be true. But wait, can't they do that in US though too? Can't the FBI or the CIA or somebody force Google to give them data on people? I'm just saying, if we're going to go down that road, I'm just saying. Policymakers feel the Chinese government could use the personal information to identify intelligence targets or to facilitate mass...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of TikTok, to be honest with you, even though I'm on this app and I use it because it helps my means, and I'm just being honest right now, it helps my means. But if I could be on any other platform, I would, instead of TikTok. But because it's a more powerful app compared to the others right now, That's why I use it. I'm not using it because I love the damn thing. I'm not even arguing for fucking TikTok. I'm just arguing the principle of what the president's trying to convey to me, because that's confusing for most people.
Did you hear what China was using it for? That's what I was telling you about.
Yeah, it's a spyware app.
Disinformation campaigns that could disrupt elections and so other chaos. We're going to talk about that because the White House is getting involved here. Biden's going to use TikTok, but he also has the power to ban TikTok.
You see what I'm saying?
So far, the U.S. government has not publicly presented
that makes
any
no
evidence
sense
that the Chinese government has accessed TikTok user data. They also say governments can already buy vast troves of personal data from data brokers or use commercial spyware to hack individual phones. Yeah, that's true. Last year, Senate lawmakers proposed legislation clamping down on TikTok, but triggered concerns it could give the executive branch too much power. Efforts to ban TikTok date back to the Trump administration, which used a series of executive orders to try and force app stores not to offer TikTok and compel ByteDance to spin off the company. Oracle was going to buy it. Let's see here. We're deeply disappointed that our leaders are once again attempting to trade our First Amendment rights for cheap political points during an election year, said Jenna Leventoff, Senior Policy Counsel at the ACLU. Just because the bill sponsors claim that banning TikTok isn't about suppressing speech, there's no denying that would do just that. We strongly urge legislators to vote no on this unconstitutional bill. Can't do that. So this is what's going to be interesting. If they have to sell TikTok, who's going to buy it? Wouldn't it be interesting if Elon Musk bought it and rolled TikTok into Twitter?
Oh my God! You know the discourse. You know the discourse. This man. If Elon Musk were to buy TikTok from TikTok and combine it with Twitter. Holy shit! I tell you something. I don't know if it will be the biggest app on the planet, because think about it. It's combined with the mental illness app and the second most mental illness app. Yeah. Imagine the madness. Imagine they combine. Imagine they combine Twitter, right, with TikTok. You have the algorithm of TikTok, and you have the discourse of Twitter, and anything you say. Imagine. It will be World War X. I swear. And the thing is,
I don't want to imagine.
That would be amazing.
That would be insane.
I would,
New
bro.
level of madness opened.
Bro, I would use it. I would use this app and see how many crazy people I can pull off. I probably will never get. Yo, imagine I will be able to say whatever the fuck I want on this app. Like, Jesus Christ. I will have never get banned. I will never get banned. I will never get banned for anything. Do you see the shit that be posted on Twitter?
If that happens, I'd run for the hills, FR.
Yo, I'll be in that shit so far. I'll be posting every single day just to see how far the algorithm can go. It's that funny to me. I would use this app. Like, don't get me wrong. Twitter's pretty strong with their algorithm when you post shit. If you're consistently posting on Twitter, like content-wise, not fucking tweets. If you're posting like videos, like art and shit, you will blow up pretty fast. Like, or you won't even blow up. You'll get a sizable like following. Now combined with TikTok and Twitter, oh my God, Instagram will be dead.
Alone is the unbannable one. LOL.
I am the unbannable one. Bro, Instagram will be dead in seconds. People don't even like me on it. I forgot. Dude, I gave up on Instagram a long time ago. I don't like its algorithm. It's constantly just wishy-washy. You post something and it don't go nowhere. I hate Instagram.
LMAO rolling on the floor laughing.
Straight up. I'm not even kidding. It will die tomorrow. I'm telling you. And then the only real opposition is probably YouTube. That's it. YouTube and Twitter will be the only two short form content platforms ever. I'm telling you, it will be amazing. If he buys that app, I'm all for it. I'm all for the chaos that's going to ensue. I want the world to burn and see what they have done for us to get to this point.
Put like libs of TikTok in charge of TikTok.
People could get away with breaking laws on Twitter and TikTok combined.
Yep.
Wouldn't it? That'd be really interesting. People said that couldn't happen. They said there's no way Elon Musk could buy Twitter. And I said, no, he's fishing. He's absolutely going to buy it. He's absolutely going to buy it. He would not be making these jokes unless he was going to buy it. But man, buy TikTok, that'd be something. Actually, I could see Google buying it, but then it'd be a monopoly.
No! I would not want Google to have I would not want Google to have TikTok. No! Google has everything. They ruin everything. They ruin everything they touch. I do not want Google touching this fucking app. I want Elon Musk to have the app just to see how far the hellscape can go. I want to see where this goes.
I heard that Elon Musk is trying to buy TikTok and it's working.
I want it to happen. I'm for it. I'm for it. I'm for it. For it, for the discourse. I'm tired of getting banned on TikTok for stupid reasons, for things I didn't even do or say. I'm tired of this shit. I want to see what happens.
Says, can someone explain what she doing in One Piece terms?
One Piece terms? Just standing.
They would just roll TikTok into YouTube or something. Facebook would just roll it into Instagram or whatever. And Facebook owns too much. Anyway, I don't know. It's pretty interesting. Well, let's talk about Reddit. Since we're talking about online dumpster fires and we're talking about places where a lot of crazy people congregate.
I want to see chaos.
Reddit wants to
World
go
War
public.
III.
I don't think this is going to
Bring
go
it
very
on.
well. Reddit's
I'm just tired. I'm just
on.
tired of the constant suspensions and bans. I'm tired of it. I say the one wrong thing. I draw the one wrong line. I blink the one. I breathe the just that one wrong way.
Says HMM,
I'm tired of it.
Basically, what you're doing is training to find the One Piece.
Yes, you're correct.
Infamously unruly user base. Reddit users love to complain about Reddit. They also love to use it. This is coming from the Detroit News. This week marks the deadline for the company's most loyal posters and moderators to pre-register for the chance to buy shares in Reddit's impending initial public offering before they start trading on the open market. There's going to be 75,000 users, according to a person familiar with the matter. The move is intended to give the people who moderate Reddit forums and write its content for free the chance to reap some financial benefits. So far, the reaction on the platform has been skeptical. The site's, Wall Street Bets subreddit forum has threatened to bet against the stock, with many people noting that the company still loses money 2 decades into its existence. Reddit lost $90 million last year, down from the $158 million the year before. Yeah, because they started charging for the API, and that pissed people off too. And they started doing more advertising. That pissed people off. Basically, people want a place to park it and bitch online, but they don't think it has to be paid for. They don't think the internet costs anything, because the internet's been propped up with venture capital and advertising for years, and now both of those things are running out. Some have complained that the invitation to invest fails to make up for the unpaid labor they've invested making the site work. That's what happens. Like, don't you understand? You're getting Reddit for free. Like, that's on you. That's on you. If you want to sink all your time into a social media platform, knowing that you're not going to get paid, that's on you.
That's on you.
That's on you. The complaints echo another fight last year when many forums protested Reddit's decision to raise prices for access to its data, complaining that the move made it too expensive to build apps for the platform. While Reddit's users may not always like it, the number of people
they
on the
want a
site
place to
continues
complain.
grow.
LOL face with
Daily
tears
active
of
users
joy.
grew 27% in the final quarter of 2023. Did they really? Because I know a lot of people are getting pissed off at Reddit and quitting. Did they really? Or because they're going public, did they inflate those numbers a little bit? Kind of like Twitter. I'm just putting it out. I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying they did or didn't. I'm just saying it is possible that Reddit leadership would be incentivized to make it look like Reddit is growing. So when it does go public, people think it's worth investing in Reddit. That's not a site on the decline. I'm just saying.
Stop overpaying for sunglasses. It's crazy that the
I'm not
most
gonna lie.
expensive thing you're wearing is also the most
I'm not gonna
fragile.
lie. If Elon Musk does buy this app, which I don't think he will, but then again, if he does, if that reality becomes a thing, I can draw whatever the fuck I want. Because think about it. Think closely on this, right? I can draw whatever I want without any repercussions in the slightest. No repercussions in the slightest, because given how degenerate TikTok
Says the laugh.
how degenerate Twitter is, I can finally build my audience back. Shit.
Had 267 million weekly active users in the last quarter. ChatGPT only had about 100 million. And according to similar web data, Reddit is one of the 10 most visited websites in the U.S. That probably is true. Reddit is
I heard and saw his face light up at the thought of
portion
that.
of the internet community. Oh, it's unique, all right. That is a unique place. I don't think they're going away. They're reliable users. MySpace isn't going anywhere, guys. MySpace is going to be around 20 years from now. I think users accurately see that this is not going to have a huge pop, but with the stock he added, anything could happen. This is Matthew Candy, senior strategist at the IPO research firm Renaissance Capital. The company's IPO plans have been in limbo for more than 2 years as the startup world stumbled. I don't think now is a good time to go into it either. Every social media site, X, Facebook, and TikTok, to name a few, has to contend with hard-to-please users. But Reddit's plight is unique. Its users are fiercely loyal.
Says
I got
what
no
app
place
is that?
else to go.
Crystal Paint.
And they can be singularly combative.
Can I
They
bet
have
Elon
launched
Musk to buy
revolts over
TikTok just to
everything
see
from
what
racism
happens?
on the platform to
Trophy, congratulations.
I would bet.
You've
I
received
would like to bet
100
that,
messages
but I don't think it's
Express
going.
Stream chat.
No problem. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen like that.
staffing decisions. Some users post toxic content, forcing the company into difficult moderation debates. And as a group, Redditors have wielded considerable power over the world at large, often in unpredictable ways. And they're talking about Wall Street bets. The meme stock frenzy with GameStop and AMC. The saga inspired the movie Dumb Money, released in 2023. When it goes public, the platform that invented meme stocks runs the risk of becoming one itself. That's interesting, isn't it? Reddit know the possibility as a risk in its IPO filing. Given the broad awareness and brand recognition of Reddit, including a result of the popularity of Wall Street bets among retail investors, the company warned its stock could experience extreme volatility, which could cause you to lose all or part of your investment if you're unable to sell your shares at or above the initial offering price. Who the fuck would take that bet? I'm just saying, they're going to pump and dump this thing. Come on. Users on Wall Street Bets got a kick out of the fact that the company listed the form as a risk factor. Despite the risks posed by retail investors, particularly the ones on Reddit, the company has made giving shares to its users a central part of the story around its marketing debut. They don't want people to leave. Oh, God. Reddit has survived so long because users love it, says Jessica Livingston, co-founder of Y Combinator. Despite the challenges, the company still sees its user base as a wellspring of future revenue. You're pay pigs. You're just a bunch of pay pigs. It's filing to go public. The company said it's in the early stages of monetizing our user base. Oh my God. Come on, you don't say the quiet part out loud.
You don't, yeah.
It's filing to
you
go
just
public.
said the quiet part out loud.
It's in the early stages of monetizing our user base. And that it's still scaling our advertising revenue on
That was not. Should have never added that in there.
accounts for the bulk of its sales. How users
Oh,
will react
shit.
to the monetization is an open question. Once the company
You
goes
added
public,
that
Reddit
in
will
there.
have lots of reasons to try to keep them happy. It's going to be like Twitter. They're going to have to like paywall everybody. You want a blue check? Yeah, you're going to have to pay for it. You want an ad-free experience? Yeah, you're gonna have to pay for it. That's what they're gonna have to do. You know, Reddit basically, I imagine like you can contribute to Reddit, but if you want to actually run your own subreddit, you're gonna have to pay for it, bitch. Because we got investors to keep happy. I'm just saying. Reddit is one of the internet's largest corpuses. I misread that as corpse. Reddit is one of the internet's
Let's
largest
see how far that will get them. LMAO rolling on the floor laughing.
Human-generated experience, the company said. Yeah, and they're selling off its data to was it OpenAI? I think they're selling it to. Like OpenAI is gonna be trained on Reddit.
Mm-hmm.
Are you freaking kidding me? Who the hell thought that was a good idea? But again, they're desperate to make money. That's what this is all about. They're desperate to make money. And but here, real quick, we're going to talk about the White House and TikTok, right? NPR, I promise you we talked about this. Biden banned TikTok, but candidate Biden is using it for his campaign. President Biden
that doesn't make any sense.
The White House has thrown its support behind a bill in Congress that would effectively ban TikTok. Wow. The bill is important. We welcome this step. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. Is it Karine Jean-Pierre? I know who she is. I can see her in my mind, like when she's on, right? Their press secretary. The White House has long expressed concern about the national security risks of TikTok. In 2022, Biden signed a bill that banned the app on government phones. But the risk hasn't stopped Biden's own re-election
using it.
From using
yes!
it.
See? What I just say? It makes no sense! It makes no sense! What? Bro, how does that make any sense? That makes no sense!
A month ago, Biden HQ joined TikTok as part of an effort to reach younger voters.
There you go! That's all about. It's all about the votes. Get them young people and just get them do what the... I said it! It is what it is!
In an election year, if you're banking on TikTok to vote for Biden. I'm just saying. The White House doesn't see the bill as a ban on TikTok, though it would give the president the authority to ban it. We'll wait until after the campaign. Once he gets reelected, snicker.
Says any line confidence tips.
We'll ban it then. Thanks.
Hold on.
God, this is so stupid. This is just dumb. So yeah, anyway, I'm gonna wrap it up, guys. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views,
all right,
rants,
that's the end of that. Like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. You guys like Clownfish TV and their takes on what's going on in the popular world. Give a like and follow them, and also yours truly. And if you want to keep these videos going, also go to the Patreon and support if you want. All right, Bram, let's come here, bro. I'm gonna answer your question. I'll answer two free questions you have because of my incompetence. I'm so sorry about that I forgot about what I said earlier. So I want to give you at least a response on that. And also, James, I'll answer one of your questions for free, which is the line confidence one.
It's your laugh that made that show all the more fun.
It is what it is. But okay, Bram, what was the question that you had? And James, I'll answer your one question only this once. I usually answer only my students, but given that I'm kind of off today, I'll give you a freebie to answer your question. But let me answer Bram first because he asked first, and I forgot to answer him earlier. So, Bram, if you're here, what is your question? I'll wait till you respond, because we got one more video left. What is this? Did we do this one? Bram, are you here, my friend? Are you here? Are you here? Tell me if you're here. I think we did this video. Yeah, that video looks like familiar. Bram, are you here, bro? Let me know you're here. Just say yes, and then you can say you're coming. And then wait.
Poses.
Okay, so what about poses? What is your question?
Just how?
Not
sure he's here?
He's here.
I haven't heard him yet.
Okay, so when it comes to poses, what you guys need to understand, this might answer all your questions. I might actually able to answer all these questions at once. Number one thing, you must learn something called okay, make this bigger. The 8 fundamentals. Now there are 8 fundamentals you must learn and know. And the first one is called shapes. This is your squares, your circles, triangles, trapezoids, and whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? These are your 2D shapes. When I say shapes, I'm talking about 2D shapes. And then, once you have a good understanding of shapes, which I will use as an example over here, your shapes is like the circle, a long square. You can make this into a shape. It doesn't really, like it's kind of like this right here, and then here. You can make this in one whole shape too. Hold on, like 1, 2, like that, right? These are shapes. And then you can move on to the idea of form. Now, you must be wondering what this have to do with poses. I will get to that. Don't worry. This is all leads up to that, so it makes sense. So I'm not just filibustering you. So 1, your forms are basically just your cubes, your prisms, your spheres, and your 3D trapezoids. So when I say form, I'm talking about 3D. Now I'm going to apply that to this over here. So how do I make this 3D? So we use like ellipse lines. So we use lines that wrap around our subject like this, like this. Bit more. Okay. Oh. Then thank you for the follow. And like this. You know what I'm saying? And then this is going to be like pretty much triangles at this point, but it is what it is, and wrap that around or whatever. Next we go to form, and then the next thing we need to learn is something called gesture. Now, gesture is the idea of flow. Now, what does this mean? When I say the word flow, I'm talking about the energy of what this line represents. So, how does this apply to this? So, what we need to do is get this energy. We make a line through our subject, or lines. You can use several lines, but I usually use one. You use lines to represent the movement of said object. Now, when I say gesture, a lot of people get this confused as a beginner. The idea of gesture does not mean anatomy. The idea of, I'm going to repeat this again. The idea of gesture does not mean anatomy. Actually, anatomy just ultimately means, in art terms, other than just human body, meaning the accuracy. It's not about accuracy. Gesture is not about accuracy of details, like the muscles and stuff like that. Gesture is the idea of the accuracy of movement. Okay? The energy, the movement, that's all that matters. The verb. So like if you have a character who is running, the only thing you need to convey, if this individual is running or so, that's it. That's it. You don't have to worry about it being fucking accurate and the muscles are somewhere else and X, Y, and Z. Not that important. That's not important. The importance is the gesture itself, not the subject. Okay? So how do we make that work?
I have an pose I am working on at the moment with an arm reaching out to.
Oh, we'll get to that point too. That's actually coming up next. Oh, in the next 2. and I think you're referring to as foreshortening, but I'll tell you that in a second. So for instance, whenever I'm doing a drawing, you may not know, you may notice this
Says
or
good
not.
morning.
I use good morning. The fuck you live? Wait, then again, you're probably outside the country. I don't know.
Says why do I kind of understand this and yet I sketch with pencil?
Well, it's a concept. It doesn't matter if you're using a pen, pencil, or even a marker. You could be using a crayon for all I care. As long as you understand the concept and apply it, that's all that matters. That's what makes art fun, because once you know the concept, not trying to memorize, you memorize the concept, not what you're doing. Okay? It's like the concept of riding a bike is just keep pedaling and holding balance. Those are two things. It's not how you look on it, it's if you're doing it. If you have a good understanding, a good intuition of when to pedal, when not to pedal, when to stop, when to literally like relax on the bike. You know what I'm saying? We all know what that feels like if you ride a bike long enough. But anyway, the point is whenever you're doing a drawing, if you look closely, I always do every drawing with a line coming out of their body, because a lot of people get this confused that this thing is a spine. It could represent somewhat of a spine, but it's not a spine. It is a line. It is a line that is representing of the energy of how exaggerated the drawing can be. That's it. That's it. Now, the more gestural something is, the more exaggerated the line is.
Says some pint dress posts show the line as well.
Yeah, that's true. But like, there's a line. The more exaggerated, the more line is more exaggerated. The less exaggerated, but subtle, more subtle gestures is something like this. So that's what flow is using this line to represent energy, and you use this as a guide to not only draw your character through it, but also make sure it doesn't feel like it's too stiff. Because ultimately, if your character ends up looking too stiff, a lot of coloring and line art is not going to make it look better. You're just putting decorations on a shit. That's all you're doing. You're just literally putting sprinkles on a shit. You don't want to do that. Because remember, shapes, form, and gesture are the three things that you have to focus on first. Because if you don't focus on these three and then keep going with the other five gestural, fundamentals, you're just literally putting sprinkles on shit. That's what you're doing. Because if it's really stiff, it's not gonna look good. If you you could be the best line artist ever. If it's stiff, it's stiff. It's not gonna make it look better or any more dynamic, right? If you're good at coloring, that's great, but it's not gonna make the. You can probably fool a few people with a few shading techniques, but as far as it goes, anyone who's an artist and can see past that or have a bit of experience can see it doesn't look all that great. It looks kind of stiff. You know what I'm saying? And that kills the fun. The whole like immersion of it, especially. So when it comes to I feel I'm blue. When it comes to the next thing other than gesture is then the idea of I would say this is interchangeable, but between these two, but they're still in that same typical order. But I would say foreshortening. I'll go with foreshortening. We'll do balance first. Balance. Balance. So what this is basically flipping your canvas. What this means is flip canvas. Now, I don't have a solution for people who are doing traditional work, so this will actually be skipped for you because I don't know any methods of actually flipping the canvas. If you have one, that's great, but this is more for digital. So if you're in digital, The idea of this is flipping the canvas by pressing your F button, or if you hotkey it to the F button and pressing F and flipping back and forth. When you do this, you might notice something when you, like, okay, so when you draw a character like this for a good while, for a couple hours to a couple of minutes or so, you're going to have this thing called tunnel vision. And everything's going to look kind of balanced to you because you've been on that one side for a while. Your eyes will adjust to it. But once you flip it, it's going to look very odd and strange. So how do you fix this problem? So you take this drawing right here that I did of 2B, and then you flip it. You flip the canvas by pressing the F button, and see it should mirror exactly the same on one side as the other, left and right. If they're looking weird on the left, as if it looks weird, if you drew this on the right and it was like this whole time, and you flip it and it looks weird on the left, like something with the neck or something feels off, then it's not balanced. It may look balanced on right because you was on that side and you prefer that side, and allow you to ignore this because it's too much work to go fix it. Or you went too balls deep and then started putting a bunch of coloring and shading and blah, blah, blah. And now you have to go back and reverse engineer everything you did. And then it's a big hassle. And then you say, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to post it anyway, knowing that you're lying to yourself. So, like, you don't want to do this. So when you get to the gestural poses first, you do the balance by flipping and making sure everything's looking good. Because if you get everything looking good on both sides, it's going to look good, even better than it was before, because you know it's balanced. It has to mirror as if you drew it on the other side. If it does not mirror itself, something is wrong, something's off, and you must fix it. If you fix it, it's going to look perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So, like, you got to do that, right? And if you do this, your coloring, your line art, everything's it's gonna pop because everything's balanced right. It doesn't look wonky. You don't want that. Okay? So balance is very important. It's a simple concept, but something a lot of people skip because they're lazy and they don't want to do it because it's too much work. They like to because they went too far balls deep without doing the right work.
This is the first time I heard this, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so, like, perfect example of this is what I refer to balance is padding your sandcastle. So think of it when you was a kid, for those who've been to the beach before, if you've probably seen on TV, where a kid puts a bunch of sand in their bucket and they flip it over and it looks like a sandcastle. But it looks kind of wonky, kind of weird. So what you do, you pat the sides. What you're doing, you're patting the sides to look as balanced as possible on all ends of the spectrum. That's the point of doing balance. That's why you flip your canvas and make sure it looks good. If you do this and it mirrors on one side as the left as the right, you're not only your drawing is balanced, but it's going to look perfect on both angles. So when you flip it, you won't get that ugh moment, like, ugh, what the fuck? No, you're going to, like, that looks good. Like, damn, it looks good on both sides. I can put it on both sides and don't have an issue with it. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is. Okay? So I hope that answers the question of why should I flip my canvas? Well, for digital. I don't know for traditional. I don't have any methods because I never did the whole flipping of canvas traditionally. I always just drew a pencil and call it a day. But now, as an artist, as a professional,
I wish we traditional artists had that trick.
I know.
The closest we can get is by using
a ruler. That's probably it. That's the only thing. Or you guys can use the cube method with the grid stuff. I think that's the only way I can say, but I don't know how that works. I never used the grid method, so I'm not too familiar with that at all. So, you know, I know it's going to be harder on your behalf, so I give it to y'all if you do figure out a way to do that. I give you more power. And then this is why I always say learn traditional first before you get into digital, because the concepts you'll learn in traditional will be more hard edge in your DNA, in your thinking or your process of thinking. And then when you go digital, where things are a lot easier to do with the flipping of canvas, getting colors, this, that, and the third, you're not bogged down with all that extra stuff that you have to do as a traditional artist. You can just get in there, start doing your sketches, keep things balanced, flip, make sure everything. This is how I do it. I flip it pretty rapidly, so it breaks that immersion of that tunnel vision. If you flip it and you can see it, therefore everything looks good. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to look exactly the same as if it was on the other side. So you
Says,
just
yeah, with traditional balancing it out becomes fluent. With digital it takes practice, one told me.
Yep, that's what you have to do. So this is how I do it every time when I'm flipping my canvas. I flip it frequently like this. First, I break the monotony of what I'm feeling towards it, and then I really stop and look at it on the left, and then look at the right, get a good look, left, right, left, right, and see anything that seems off. Is the neck off? Is the shoulders off? Is the hand looking kind of funny? If you get that feeling, it's like what my professor said back in college. He said if a sentence doesn't flow the first time you read it, something's wrong with the sentence. So look at the balance as reading a sentence. If it's not reading well, fix it. Don't be like, oh, it's too much work. That's you're just screwing yourself in the long run, because if you decide I gotta do it and then start coloring it and stuff, you know in the back of your head this thing is not right, and you'll never like it, and you'll forever hate it and feel like you just wasted your time because you're fucking like laziness. That's the you know what I'm saying. You don't want to do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. That's evil. Only villains do that. Anyway, so once you understand the idea of balance and use it as a common practice, I suggest everyone use this as a common practice for balance. That's why I didn't go straight to foreshortening. And then you can go to foreshortening. Now, foreshortening is the idea of depth and field. It's about depth and field. So what this means is, if you want something to come at you, or you want something to look more further away, what you're using is the idea of big and small. So what that means is, if I want this character, let's just move this out of the way real quick. If I want this character to look far away or be in a space, a spatial situation, what I need to do is make sure that it's on the same plane, or not like that. It's like on this. Let's see. No, not like that. I'll put it like this. I'll put like this ball. See how this ball is like right here? It's not really doing much. It doesn't feel like it's anywhere. But if I put this bigger ball here, and then put another ball in the distance, like that.
Says that also works if you're trying to draw 3D type of art as well.
Correct. And then like this. And then if I do it again, I make this more bigger. And as you can see, there's something happening here as we keep going. Now, a little bit more small. As you can see, now it looks like it's going into the distance, because this is here and our character is here. So she doesn't seem too far away or too close. So what we're using is the idea of whatever is close is usually bigger, because it makes sense. And anything that's closer is usually darker. If you watch enough cartoons, you know what I'm talking about. So if you watch, like, say, a Looney Tunes episode, and it takes place in the jungle, you would see like characters hiding into the like the bush and stuff, and it'll be extremely dark, and in the distance it'll be a lot more lighter. This is a technique they use to show depth and field without actually making any type of perspective lines. It's a great technique to keep you feel like what's close and what's far. So let's use an example. If I would take my hand and put it very close to the camera, it's getting darker. But as I go farther, it gets lighter. Okay? So that's something you'll learn in color theory in that sense. So anything farther will be lighter. Anything closer will actually be more darker. Actually, if you're talking about the atmospheric, like a field, like let's just say we're in a very open field, grass and just open field. We're in Ireland and it's just open field, right? And you was so far in the distance, you will look more blue.
Says are kind of like how a lot of landscape drawings.
Correct. So like if you're in the far distance, right? If you're in the far distance, you will look more blue than you would if you was more closer. So the farther something is, it becomes more bluish. believe it or not, because of the sky or whatever the fuck. So the light from the sky shines down on the individual, and then they look more blue in the distance. You won't see straight up looking blue, but there you will put extra blue if you're doing the coloring, and put a little hint of blue onto them as they fade into the depths, into the darkness, or not into the depths, I'm saying, into the horizon or so. Okay, so this is what happens, and you never want them to be the same size. It causes too much confusion, and overlapping also helps with this. So if I were to take these and put more like this and overlap a little bit on the distance like this, as you can see, they look like they're even more further away because they're overlapping almost, and they're curving into a certain extent. So this is what foreshortening is. Now, how do you apply this to your drawings? Now, let's just say I drew a character punching or something, right? Now, it depends on how you draw the punch, but let's just focus on the idea of depth and field. So you're drawing a punch. What you do is you make the fist huge, right? And you make everything else smaller. So like the head will be small here. The shoulder will be a little bit small, but the arm will be medium sized. The body will be pretty medium because it's bigger than, so it's going to be the same size as the body. The arm, the other hand that's not throwing, will be not smaller, but probably the same size to a certain extent. And then our character, I'm saying, and then we have more of a neck here. The shoulder will be more up. This shoulder will be more down. You know what I'm saying? Let me show this. Now we have this fist here. The thumb is here. Big fist. You know what I'm saying? And then that's what happens when you use depth and field. You can make this more exaggerated if you watch enough Gurren Lagann, Fooly Cooly, any anime-based stuff, especially from Studio Gainax, from Always Studio Trigger, same place, same thing. They use a lot of foreshortening to give a lot of expressional situations, or to give sense of field of being exaggerated. So that's one way of doing it. Now, foreshortening for most is literally foreshortening is just a introduction to perspective. Okay? Because what perspective basically is not only just about depth and field, but it's more depth and field based on accuracy. It's about direction, accuracy, and depth and field. Okay? So from foreshortening to perspective, because foreshortening is a introduction to perspective. Because why is it the reason why it's an introduction is because foreshortening has no true direction, right? It doesn't have any true direction per se if nothing's established. Yes, we know that the fist is big, and yes, the head is small, so we know there's some form of distance happening, but we don't know the environment they're in. This is more used for environments, but it also is used for poses if you want it to be as dynamic as possible. But you don't need any actual direction to make a pose look good. But if you want to be more grounded in reality, you're going to use perspective. All right. So the idea of perspective can work like this. So let's take away these. So I take my character here, and I use something called a horizon line. A horizon line. HL, horizon line, or known as I think it's also, there's another word for it. I can't remember. There's another word for it. The horizon line, this is your best friend. As long as we know what the horizon line is, we can put the dot on that. So once we put the dot here, which is your visual point, your VP, visual point, this will indicate to you where everything is from this point. Now you can have several vanishing points. You can't just have, you don't have to have just one, but let's just go with this one because it's basic. So 1, 2, or 1, 2. So this gives me a sense of where this is going, like that. But this is not good enough doing that. So to make this more easier, what we'll do is we'll take the VP, take it away. We'll go from the top of the head here, and then the bottom of the feet, and go like this. That tells me where my horizon line is. That's exactly how you find your horizon line. So let me take this away. I'll do it again, but this time without drawing the horizon line. We'll make 1, and then we'll tell from the head, and then 2. There's my horizon line. So we're in good accuracy of our character here. Let me make that more accurate. I'm sorry. Here's the line thingy. I feel like that dude from Jimmy Neutron, the Fonzie guy. Haha, thank you from Spankies. Yeah, let's go, bro. Yeah.
Says that's so crazy. I'm gonna remember that method. That's very useful when drawing background.
Very much so.
Says with character.
Let me see, like that. There we go. So we have a horizon. I don't think you guys can see that well. 1, 2. There we go. That's our horizon line. And then once you get rid of that, you can get rid of this.
LMAO.
Thank you from Miss Spankies, bruh. Okay. Okay, so we get rid of that. Yeah. And then what we can do now is use this as a focal point to do other things. So like if I put a line here. So let's see if we have some depth and field. Why is it like doing that? What the fuck? Why is it doing this? Hold on. Oh, it's too thin. Okay. Like 1, let's put some bars here. 1, 2, 3, 4. You see how much we're going into the distance? Now what this just proved to us is that we're the same height. This is the same. This is the same. This height here, and here is the same all the way down. The only reason why it gets smaller is because we're going to the depths. It's the same height, but just getting smaller. So if, say she was 6 foot, or say she's 5'3", she's still 5'3" all down there. She's just getting smaller because the further you go away, something gets smaller. She's not shrinking. Your perception of her or depth of field is shrinking. That's it. So I can take the same character I was working on. Where is she? I can copy to prove this. Copy, paste, grab this, make it small, put it like that. See? Oop, there we go. Do it again. Copy, paste. Make it small. See that? They're the same height, but it's just because we're walking away.
Says you just drew her to sisters.
Yeah, I just drew her sisters. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. So that's what's happening here. Okay. So we apply this, make it small. Okay. See how they're going down a straight line in that sense? Now, what you can do is another way to move them in different perspectives. I hope I remember how to do this, but like you can take the line. I think if I remember right, you can use this as, oh, let's put this. You can use this as, I think that's how it works. If I remember right, you can use this as a focal point, 1 and then 2. Right, and then you can take the character if I remember right. I think I'm doing this wrong, but if I remember right, I learned this from Alfonso on YouTube.
Says I wish that method was as easily with traditional though.
I know. This is why I would say learn traditional first, because you'll have a better understanding, or at least a more appreciative understanding of how
Says how you
works.
draw with line confidence.
Oh, I'm gonna get to that part. Don't worry, we'll get to that part. I know you've been waiting on that, James. And that's how you can move them from that way to next, and it's the same thing. It really, you can move them here. That's how you work.
Says foreshortening like this with traditional is pretty challenging. I didn't learn it till recently.
Yeah, you gotta use like a bunch of rulers and all that great stuff. So yeah, that's how you use perspective, and that's just one point perspective. There's several ways, and then you have to learn something with the horizon line. There's something a lot of you may not know about the horizon line, is that the horizon line will dictate where you're looking at your character. Now, let's just take her out of here real quick. Now, for those who don't know, if your horizon line is in the middle, that 9 times out of 10, I know I'm going to ask my students and or mods, if the
Says
horizon
Teach,
line,
how would you draw them at the same height if they're like looking at you at an angle?
Wait, let me see. How would you draw them at the same height? At the same height, if they're drawn at an angle. That really depends on the pose itself. That really depends on the pose itself. Like it really depends on the angle itself. That's why this is why I got to this point, because the horizon line here, for those who are students or
Says gotcha.
Those who are students or even viewers and mods, you remember when I taught you guys?
OMG, this is gonna help me so much because you just solved my problem with the ting before this.
Thank you. So like right here, for those who don't know, or for those who know, for what I taught you guys, if the horizon line is at the top of our subject, say this is our subject, are we looking down on them or looking up on them? Down or up? Actually, better yet, I'll even just to copy, paste, do the same thing here. So if our horizon line is high and over our character, are we looking down on them or
Says if I remember
Down.
correctly, you're looking down at them.
Okay. So Bryce says down. Ari says down. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone has any questions?
Says
want to answer? Up. Okay, Jaden says up. Anyone else? Anyone else? I'll take like 3 more people if possible. There's 20 of you.
Says up.
Okay. Up? Okay. 2 more. I need 2 more, or at least 1 person. 2 more. I just need 1 or 2. Just 1 or 2. Just 1 more person. There's 26 of you. I know at least 1 person will say something. Come on. What about you, Bram? Do you think we go up or down?
Down.
Okay. All right, so the answer for this one, for both of them, it will answer the other one.
Says I understand this, but if it's in the center where the horizon line is, it confuses me.
Okay, I'll get to that point. So when it's up over our character, over the head of our character, or at least almost eye angle, we're looking down on them. Because remember, think of it of being a bird. If you're a bird or a bald eagle in the sky, you're not looking any more higher up, right? You're always looking down, right? If you're a mouse and you're right at the floor, you're not gonna look any more down than you're already looking up. So think of a mouse, and always think of a bald eagle. Eagle point of view, right? So how does this work? So let's be real quick on this and prove if it works.
Says with that karate pose I sent you, would that be looking straight at them, not up or down?
Karate pose. I'll look that in a second. Hold on. So if I was to draw my character with the horizon line like this, say the horizon line's here, and the character's here, 9 times out of 10, the character's going to look, we're going to be looking at down of our character. It's going to make more sense because if we're looking down on them, we're
Says
only
as long
seeing...
as you're above the ground, you be looking down.
Yep. So we're just looking at our character, like we just put them hands there. We're looking down on them because I can see the top of the shoes, I can see the top of their kneecaps, I can see their shoulders, I can see the top of their head, right? Hands, let me put the hands here, right? That's how I know. And even to prove this even more, if I put this at the top, I'll use even squares to make it easier on you guys. So if I put this at the very top, and I went like this, and went like this, or I put a square, say I put a square, right? Or, yeah, I put a square. And, or, here, put a VP. And I put 1, and then I put 2. As I draw it, you can see we're looking at the top here. Right? Or if I put it here, 1, 2, as you can see again, we're still seeing the top of our cube. We can see the top here, right? Or if I do it here, and the closer it is, the more slanted it gets. The more closer it gets to us, because remember, think of it, if I had this phone, right, and I got closer to you, you see the top of it. The further away you get, you see less of it, right? Okay. Now let's just say we wanted to see the bottom. I put it right here, and I went 1 and 2. As I'm drawing this, oh wait, I drew this really weird. Sorry about that, my bad. If I drew it like this, our subject is over it's over the line, because that's what matters. If the subject's over the line, we're looking up at them. So it's over the line, not under, because if it's under the line, then we're looking. I'll even show it to you right now. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. Right. Do it again. Boop, 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 boop. You can feel it over us, right? Like it's floating in the air. Right. So 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. As you can see, we see the bottom. We don't see the top.
Says, and if something is on the line or really close, would it be more of a from view?
Yeah. Wait. And if something is on the line or really close, would it be from view? Wait, what? Is it? And if something is on the line? Oh, you're talking about this? No. Actually, I'll get to that point last, because usually a lot of people get confused when they ever see the line on top, when someone's on top of the line. So like right here, like again, 1, 2, choo. Oh. Choo. So you can see we're looking at the top here and looking at the top here. Now, this might ask the question, what about the middle? What about the middle line? What happens if the character or subject or whatever is on top of said line? All that means is, if the character is on top...
Says, yeah, that one seriously confuses me.
If the character is on top of the line, then we don't see neither top nor bottom. So like if we saw the side of it, so I just did this again, it would just be 1, 2. We don't see the top nor the bottom. It's just neutral. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, if the character is more up close to us, that means for it to be up close to us, either 1, it has to be extremely front in front of us, and it's in the back. That means it's close. And if it's far away, there you go. Or on the side.
Says, would the middle line be used like if a character is laying down?
If the character's laying down, then you're over them. They're under the horizon line. The only time a character you won't see the top or the bottom of a character, and it'll be
Says
neutral.
okay, that makes sense. Thanks for that.
If it's neutral, that means you're on the same plane as they are. So they're gonna be close to you. So like if I drew a character like this and they're sleeping.
Says aha, I see now.
If they're sleeping, see like they're curved over there, their butt's right here, and their leg is right here, right? And we're in front of, they're literally in front of us. We don't we can see we can't see really the top of them. We just see the side of them. You know what I'm saying? Because they're sleeping like this, because they're very close up on us, and because they're so close up on us, we are on the horizon line. They are on that horizon line. The only time you should be on top of them is when they are under the horizon line.
Says you could see the top of them to show like they're lying straight in a bed, I think.
Yeah, you can do that. You can just lie them like this. You don't even have to do that. You can just lie them with their faces looking this way, and then their shoulders kind of like here, and then their breast is like here. You know what I'm saying? Like, and their leg is here, and their arms like here. And you put the colors on them. That's how you can really be on top of them from that point.
Says yeah, I figured that out from a lot of poses.
Yeah. Alright, so I hope that answers that question for those of you who didn't know about that, or was trying to figure out how to do perspective. There is, but I did not forget about the idea of perspective when it comes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 perspective. Actually, in most cases, you just need to learn between 1 and probably 4. You don't need to learn, or probably 5 if you want to be really special with it. But 6, 7, 8, nothing is not all that needed. No one's using these other perspectives. I think it goes up to 12. I think 12 perspective is a thing, but then again, it's like no one uses these. Even professionals don't even use them like that. The only thing close to a special perspective that people use that is not commonly used too much is the anime insane face when your anime character in your anime or your comic book is going totally insane and they're distorting so much to the point that you can tell that something's not right. Or it's called fisheye lens. Okay, she's doing her thing. Sorry about that. I was reading something. Now what we need to move on.
I've seen that a couple of times. That looks tough.
Yeah, I suggest. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. It's not that serious for most people to learn anything. Just learn between 1 and 3 and 4. Once you learn 1 to 4, you're pretty much down for everything. For any perspective game, just practice these 4 things. You can go 5 if you want, but just learn the 4 and then you'll be done. You won't ever have to learn anything beyond perspective once you understand 1, 2, 3, and 4 perspective. And only that. Oh, then you will have to learn a little bit of color theory, but that goes so far. And it's not that long. It usually is like a couple of tidbits, but nothing too insane. Now, we went from perspective, right? Next, we need to talk about, I think there's like a few more left. The last thing, oh yeah, perspective. What was the other one? We did shapes, form, gesture, flow. No. Shapes, form, gesture, balance, foreshortening, perspective. Oh, and the last 2. So the last
Says
2
consistency.
Is the idea of, let me see. Motherfucker. Okay. Okay, so perspective. Oh, I'm late. Sometimes I'm lazy and I draw it, and other days I draw more true. Hey, Lala, I didn't see you there. Does not indicate to me when you guys say hi. I'm so annoyed by that. Anyway, so the point is here is that you need to learn, other than perspective, after you learn perspective, learn something called composition. Now, what this means is composition is about framing. Framing. I can't write no more. Framing. Framing is basically guiding the eye to go a certain way or a certain view. It's framing what you want to see or what gives much more value than others. So, like for instance, if I were to make, like, say I made all these blue and I made this one red, what I want your eyes to focus on is the red, right? Or that's very basic and understandable, but the idea of composition is using something called the rule of thirds. So that's something a lot of beginners use, is the rule of thirds, to make something look more interesting. So what we'll use is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we use, oops, not great. So to make this easier on me, I'll do this. Make this easier. So you guys, 1, 2. Okay. Now I just say copy, paste. Oops. Paste, and then flip this bitch. Actually, no, I did that wrong. I did that actually wrong. And then like that, right? There we go. And then we copy this, paste, and then we flip it. There we go. Now we use these sections. We use these sections to frame what we want. Oop. Hey, what you doing? We frame these sections what we want by putting our character, say, let's just use the sketch here. Use the sketch. Okay, we put the sketch here, right? To make this work, you can put
Says so dot basically like a grid.
Yeah, but the grid is to aim. It's actually used to aim, to give importance to something. So like, let's just say I wanted her breasts to be very like focused on, because I'm a degenerate. Let's just say that. And I put it here, right? I put it on the crosshair. So whatever you put on the crosshair will give it much more significance. The worst thing you should never do is put your character dead in center. Because when you put your character dead in center, that's fucking boring. Don't do that. So put your character on the side. And if your character is looking a certain direction, so if they're looking right, you put them on the left. If they're looking left, you put them on the right. Because if you put them on the same side as they're looking, they're gonna be cut off and they're gonna look really strange. Like it's just gonna look really weird. And this open spaces here, because you want because the direction gives it a sense of movement. Okay, if you put them at dead stop of where they're looking, it looks really odd and strange and awkward. You'll learn this a lot in film theory. For those who are like artwork, film theory will help you a lot. Learning what the rule of thirds is and certain perspective techniques will help you, like the golden rule ratio. Some of you may have heard this term before, or called the Fucci I think method. You know what I'm saying? The thing with the spiral and shit, the golden ratio thing. That. But a lot of beginners start with the...
Says I learned that to show the movement depends a lot on how accurate you draw the limbs as well.
That too. So, like, if I wanted the character to have a lot of, like, importance, let's just say I drew her hair to look really bright and all the other colors are very muted, I would put the crosshair on the hair where the head is, like here, right? And then I would put something here to give some significance so your eyes are going in a natural direction towards whatever you're looking at. And then also these grids here, or these boxes, are the boxes that they're taking up. Like think of those those boxes you click on when you're doing your authenticator thing, when they say, where is the fire hydrant? And you have to click on the stupid boxes to indicate where the fire hydrant is. Think of it that way. Right? Or you're looking for a car and you click on the cubes that has the car. You know what I'm talking about? I think most of you know what I'm referring to when you're doing you're trying to log into your account or whatever the fuck. So like it's like that, right? So it has this C-shaped thing going on, right? So this is occupied, this is occupied, this is occupied, this is occupied. This is occupied, but it shouldn't be any real importance, so don't really pay attention too much to this. Pay attention to the spaces that the character is looking at, and the spaces that they're not looking at is called the negative space, right? And what you should do with the negative space is counteract what's going on here. So if a lot's going on here, then you should put something about here, or something here. So if, say, there was like, let's just say we had 3 birds, 1, 2, and 3 on this side. You don't put 3 birds on the other side. It looks really boring. You put like a cat, like the one cat here sitting on the floor or something with the meow meow. Right? Little kitty cat. You know what I'm saying? It balances out, because what balances the idea of a good composition is asymmetricalness, asymmetry. So asymmetry basically is if you have like like look at your room. If for those who have like a messy room, it feels natural because nothing's in a proper order, right? So like if you have like 5 shirts on the floor and 1 battery on the bed, and then you have like some cups. You have like 7 cups on your table, which I don't know how someone will have 7 cups in their one room. And then you have like your microphone somewhere, it shows asymmetry. You don't want anything to look too proper, because unless the room is supposed to be purposely cleaned, but even when a room is purposely clean, it has this asymmetry to itself, even in that order. You don't want to look too super perfect, because it looks unnatural, it doesn't feel right, it feels synthetic, it doesn't feel alive, it feels dead. You know what I'm saying? There are exceptions to the rule to this, but 9 times out of 10, you want to go asymmetrical as best as you can, okay? So like, if you're making a VTubing model, everything that has to be symmetrical is the hands, the arms, the feet, and everything else. But anything else that could be altered, like hair, eye color. So like one eye could be black, the other eye can be white. The hair could be the same, or the bangs can be one long and one short, just to show some personality to the hair of the character or so. So it's like one hair over, one hair like this. A lot of people like the one hair over the eye, like Sanji, for instance. Let's use that for example. The ears could be exactly the same like an elf, but one has 3 rings, one has 1 ring or no rings. You know what I'm saying? That gives personality, okay? It's about framing and understanding of what's important and what's not, okay? But there is a rule to this. Too much, less is more. So don't put 1,010 things on your character to make them look interesting. You actually do them the service of being less interesting than them being interesting. So
can you tell more about the thing before?
Thing before? Wait, what do you mean?
E.
What do you mean per se? Are you talking about the grid?
Perspective.
Perspective. Okay, what exactly do you want to know about perspective? Is there something that you're having a trouble with?
Says I heard to add like animals and stuff they have to be on the same line or close to it to look. Says balanced.
The thing before it?
Yeah, they have to be on the same line to a certain extent, depending. So I think what you're talking about is the crosshair or somewhere in the cube or on the line in general. But you can do that because it gives significance to the cat, and then it also gives significance to the birds as a whole. So even though they're not on the grid or the what do you call it, the crosshair per se, them being near the crosshair enough can be a good enough way to get away with this. Or you can put one of the birds on the crosshair.
Says and their posture depending on their angle has to be accurate so they are seen in the same space.
Well, it depends on how you draw things and the whole perspective of things and the landscaping and all that stuff. So all those things come into place in that. But I need to know exactly what you need to know about perspective, because I could be just repeating myself twice, and then you gotta give me like an idea of what you're referring to when you say perspective. I'll come back to it, but like I'm gonna just keep going and finish this off. So composition is about framing. So when you understand these things, there's other names like golden ratio, I think the slant method, and rule of thirds. I think there's a lot of them you can use to make your characters seem a lot more dynamic and put them in positions where they can seem scary, domineering. They look less than lacking authority in certain situations. Like for instance, you can draw a character.
Says let me see if I can find a pic to show what I mean.
Okay. You can have a character that's like really big, right here, and they're like looking down on the other person and it looks small. So they can look really scary looking compared to what's happening. Using composition in that sense. It won't be on the same plane, but you get what I'm saying. Or so. So when it comes to composition, the next thing and final thing is proportions. A lot of people did not see this coming whenever I bring this up. They'll ask the question, why would you put proportions last? The reason why I put proportions last is because if you do proportions first, you're gonna get the robot looking drawing. You know those drawings where you get those books back in the day, those bookmobile books, how to draw anime, and they'll show you how to draw anime with these very simplistic way of drawing anime, but it looks very robotic, really boring, and you get the robotic looking, the gesture is extremely like not there. There's no gesture. It's just like you constructed a head, a arm, and leg, put them together, and then you got yourself R2-D2 from Star Wars. Pretty much from that point, it looks very odd, strange, and it lacks a lot of like flow. It wouldn't look like something like this. It wouldn't look like something like this. It would look very robotic, really strange, and just like pretty boring, right? That's why I don't teach proportions first. I want you to get the idea of what flow looks like, and then when you get the idea of flow and gesture and all that stuff and all these other fundamentals, then accuracy will come in last because it's not needed, because the more you try to make something accurate, the more robotic it looks. So once you have that understanding on that concept, then you can do the whole perspective, because ultimately anatomy in art actually means
Says send it in Discord.
all right. The idea of all this represents the idea of anatomy. Believe it or not, because it's about accuracy in a general purpose of everything. So if you get all these right and understand the 8 fundamentals and how they and the subgenres within those fundamental categories, you can add them to, you can apply them to your anatomy and understanding anatomy. And this is where, if you have a good understanding of anatomy, with these 8 fundamentals, you can learn something called your art style. I know you guys are obsessed with this fucking word, art style. Okay? If you want your art style, because I'm so special, you need to do the 8 fundamentals. Learn the 8 fundamentals, understand them, apply them, start doing anatomy, and be more accurate. And then once you have a good accuracy based on your 8 fundamental understandings, then your art style will actually show by default. You don't have to go and look for one.
More than obsessed with it.
I know. You don't have to look for it. You don't have to find it, or where the fuck you kids be saying that shit. Like, you don't have to say any of that, because an art style is ultimately a handwriting. That's what it is. That's what a art style is. It is just a cuter way of saying handwriting.
Thank you for following Fetus Arm, smiley face.
So once you get that out of the way, you can finally go and tell your friends, I finally have an art style. You don't have to say it, it'll naturally come. You won't even notice it. That's the funniest thing about it. You don't even notice it half the time, because that's what is naturally coming to you. So you won't even see it. And then when you actually see it, the only time you'll see it is when other people point it out. That's the only time you'll notice. And then you can finally go around to your friends and play.
Says and here I'm trying to learn perspective for drawing buildings.
Hold on. And then you can go around and play this around your friends. Got the art style. Good for you. Oh, then you can draw all your Jujutsu Kaisens, your Narutos, and your whatever in your art style, and you can make them look all unique in your own way, and you can start doing that webtoon you want.
The thing that came before perspective, I forgot the name. Can you teach more about that?
It's called foreshortening. Foreshortening is basically no direction, but yet the idea of big and small. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. So how that works is using the idea.
Says Teach, did you get that pic I sent you? That's what I was talking about, being in the same space.
I know, hold on. Get so much shit over here. So like big, small, smaller, smallest, to a dot, to virtually there's nothing there. Bigger, and then we have the biggest. I don't say, well, not that looking like that, but it's the biggest one, right? I actually put this on the wrong plane, but then again, it is what it is. So you can do this like one straight line, or one straight line going this way, or no, a little bit like this. Yeah, this. Then you make this small, this big, bigger, and then bigger, and it goes into the distance as it goes. That's what really foreshortening is. That can work with anything from body parts to Buildings. So like a building. So for a building look really high up. If you draw the building like this, and then you draw another building within that building, and then another building within that building, and another building within that building, and then you just have a bunch of buildings going back to
Says
the
I
same
get how to
point.
draw them, it's mastering the perspective and angles that's tricky.
Yeah, that's gonna take some time. Let me see what you sent me. Like this, the dog is back. The dog is back. So the dog has to be moved forward towards. Let me see. Like this, the dog is back, so the dog is back, so the dog has to be moved forward to show it's in the frame. Are you talking about in perspective or are you talking about in framing? The dog is just okay. The dog is here. Let's say this is the dog.
Says both.
Then I would just draw the dog like this. A little bit of this. The butt is about here. The human is about here. Put the human head about here. And then the human will be here.
I need to go because it's almost 2 a.m. for me.
Alright, let me see. The thing about game before perspective, I need to go. Okay, alright, Rem. Just to be clear, I only did this freebie for y'all. Oh, I got one more for James. I did this freebie for y'all because I took forever to respond to your question. So next time if you ask a question, you have to be a...
Says good night, Ram.
You have to be a TikTok subscriber or a Patreon member. So I'll teach you whatever questions or criticize whatever you need me to criticize and give you whatever tips you need when you're directly coming to me. But what are you looking for exactly here, Ari? And for James, you asked a question about line confidence. To do line confidence, that takes two things. Let's see here. Oh no, did I put them in the same fucking...
Says was just trying to see how to make them look even in perspective.
Well, that depends on the horizon line. So to find the horizon line, you have to find the horizon line first. And the best way to use the horizon line is use the woman. So how I would do this, like I taught you guys before, if the person's here and they're here, what do? I do 1, 2.
Says would I add an extra one because of the dog?
No, I would just use the woman. Because whatever the woman's on the horizon, the dog will be under the same horizon. So the woman will be here, 1 and 2. And then now everything from that point, like the dog, will be going back to this as well. Because they're both on the same horizon. He's just under the horizon, so we can see on top of him. She's past the line.
Says gotcha. That makes sense.
She passed the line of the horizon. So, or, well, I want to say past, but like if she was on the horizon, so I'll take that picture. Number 1, 2. There's the horizon she's on, and then she passes it, so she's balanced. That's why we can't see under or top of her head. That's why. We can't see the top of her head. We can see directly at her face and forehead, but we don't see the peak of the top of her head, and we don't see under her feet or under her crotch. We see directly at her. And the dog. So the dog's on the same horizon as she. He's just under it. There you go. That might answer your question. And then the dog's under the mercy of that horizon line from that point. All right. So with the idea of the the line confidence, all you have to do is literally take your time, hold it firmly. Oh, hold the thing firmly, and then all you need to do is, I wouldn't zoom in. I will zoom in not too close, but just enough, and use a thin line. Turn this down. I know you're not using traditional, so and if you're having a hard time, it's looking strange, you just have to keep trying till you get it right, and after a while your brain will make connections on how to do lines. And then if you're not good at going fully fledged lines like this, because this could be frustrating, I would do in pieces. So like one, like one gap, two gap, three gap. The Japanese do this a lot. 4 gap, at least see an anime. 5 gap, 6 gap. You know what I'm saying? You can do like that, or you can do the 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. You know what I'm saying? Like you can do that, or you can literally just go balls deep and just literally try your best to get every line in one swoop. If you do this, you'll probably be better off anyway, because you get more done, but it's gonna be more frustrating because the error mistake will be higher. But if you do it this way, 1 2, and try to be as accurate as possible, don't try to go offline, try to be on the same line direction, you will succeed. And then you can just connect them whenever you're ready. So that's one way you can do line confidence. Also, if you want your line weight to look good, you use like a size 10 for your lines, the outer lines, and then you use a size 6 for your inner lines. Oops, I'll say 3 for your inner lines. The reason why you want to do this is because it doesn't look like they're all in one unified line. When you do this, it looks really sloppy, strange, and just off. That's only meant for like keychains or anything like that, but if you're making a keychain, that is. So like I would make this thick, so this thickens the lines outside of your character, and then inside the character itself you thin the lines and you keep it 100%. This is how your drawing is going to look a lot more dynamic, and the idea of line weight will come in. So whenever there is a character with sometimes I'm lazy and draw. Okay, I see all that thing. When you see a character and they have any cross-roading lines, you can put some deep coloring there and give it more of that anime comic book look if you want to do that. So whenever they're crossing, you put that to give it shadow like that, so the lines will look nice. So like let's use example of Tifa here, right? If I take away the colors, there is line weight here. See where this black here and this black here, this black here. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. So this black here. So there's thickening of lines. So I thicken the lines on the outline and then use a thin line inside the character. That's it. So you give it more dynamicism or so. Let me take these away real quick so you guys know what I'm talking about. There you go. See like how this arm is thickened, but the inside of this hair is thinned? That's what I'm saying. Because it's inside the character, it's inside everything. It's not on the outside. Whenever it's on the outside, I thickened, and everything on the inside, I thinned. So I hope that answers that question. Or so. Alright, guys. I think I answered everyone's question. So if you guys liked how I teach, or you want more insight, become a student. Either become a Patreon member or a TikTok subscriber. You will benefit highly from my teachings. So.
Says so basically where ambient occlusion would occur, or to emphasize, separate parts of the drawing. Says you're still answering line confidence.
I already did. I just did. So basically where ambient occlusion would occur to or emphasize separate parts. Yes, but there is a rule to this because okay, so like overlapping for instance.
Says I missed it.
Oh, dude, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, people. Hold on. So to answer the question on that is like, see how Chopper looks? Yes, the ambient occlusion is basically where two things are meeting, but there's also a rule to this. When something's layered over, that's when you put a thickening of line or so. So you thickened the area where there's some form of overlapping because it's separating that and giving a somewhat depth of field between the two. Because if you draw them just as one unified thing, they'll feel too, I won't say the word flat, but they'll feel too pasted on together. But if you thicken the areas where they're like this arm's overlapping now, the pants, the cape, and just overall the body here, just anything that's under this arm, and you thicken it, it'll look a lot more closer to us because the further away, because the body's not the body's not further away. The body's not further away. It's just indicating that this is overlapping this whole thing here. So like the neck here, I would thicken a little bit of the neck here, or so. I would like the hat here, I would thicken here because it's overlapping the ears. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would say. You don't always have to do this every time, but it does give an indication of what's passed by and what's not. I mean, what's overlapped and what's not. It gives it a sense of reality.
Says thanks.
Yeah.
Says okay, that makes sense. Okay, thanks for explaining it.
No problem. Okay, so with line I'm gonna do this one last time. I'm not gonna repeat myself twice because I gotta get stuff. I think I should go after this.
Says I think you may have a couple of new students soon teach.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. So like the idea of the line confidence is based on your willingness to know what method works for you. So there's several methods. One, you can do the gap method where you can make one line, and if you can't make it to here, say the distance from here to here is not there. Like you can't make it because it's just too much. What you can do is break it in pieces, like 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're not actually you're not going one whole line, or you're going a very long line. You're making gaps within the drawing. 1, 2, and then you can just keep going like this and not lose momentum, because it's about trying to keep things clean as possible. Or you can just do the one whole line thing, but a lot of people hate doing this because it's like the more likely you're gonna do something like this, the more errors you're gonna fall into. But if you do this more often and become a habit, you can actually get a lot done faster with line art. But this is usually the way most people don't go because it's too much work for them. But I suggest go down this ladder if you want to improve really fast.
TBH, I learned how to draw these more accurately using those lines or curves before I draw the body.
Let's see. Okay. Or what you could do is you can also use the rotation method. The rotation method is basically you find the rotation of whatever you're drawing, and you pick the most comfortable spot to draw it. So let's just say I don't like drawing it because like retracing because it feels really awkward, or it cramps my hand, or whatever the case may be, because some people's hands are different. So you curve it, or you turn your subject and find the places that makes it easy for you to aim and shoot at what you need to do. So like 1, 2, and then you find what's easiest for you at the time. And you're like, okay, that. And then some people do this, they zoom in, they zoom out. I would avoid zooming in because that causes a lot of it makes things
Says
longer.
wouldn't all that flipping get the drawing out of proportion sometimes, though?
I don't think so. It's only out of proportions if you don't balance it out. Once you balance it out, it will never be out of proportion. From that point on, you just need to be consistent with your lines, and as long as they're on the same consistency of angle, then you're going to be perfectly fine. As long as you balance out your drawing first at the beginning stages, then flipping this won't be an issue. So you can do something like that if you want. That's up to you. That's really up to you if you want to. So.
Says I gotcha. All that flipping, I tried to watch an artist do it, but I got too dizzy watching it low.
Yeah, so it depends. But yeah, those are one way. Those are very great. Oh, and another thing, what line confidence? I forgot to mention this. Never draw with your wrist. Never do this. Don't do this. This is only meant for very small movements, like something like just fixing this. Like if I was fixing this, I don't need to move my arm. You need to move your arm when you're doing something like this. It will feel awkward at first when you don't do it, or you do it. But after a while, making it a habit, it'll be much easier, and your drawings will be a lot more fluid. That also goes for gesture drawing. This will make your drawings a lot more fluid if you use your whole arm for like big movements like this. Use your whole arm, so don't be like in for something as big. You gotta injure your arm. That's one, your wrist, and then you're gonna probably get carpal tunnel. You don't want that. They're gonna get carpal tunnel, and you don't want that. Then you'll never be able to draw normally ever again, and that's almost a permanent thing that can happen to you. And you'll have that giant boil in your hand. That happened to my sister. So like, you don't want that. So I suggest to use your whole arm. You get more fluidity out of it, and it'll feel a lot more believable within the movements or so. And yes, you should do this every time when you're drawing, not sometimes, all the time, as much as you can. So I hope that answers that question. So that's how you build line confidence. Use your whole arm. Don't use your wrist unless it's for little small movements. Do the gap method if possible.
Says I've started using my arm and it's improved my linen a lot.
Good.
And line confidence. Plus better for you.
Good. And either use the gap method with the gaps and then you can connect them back later on. Or use the full line method. Or you can use the edging method. So you can do like this.
Says, does that wrist method work if you're doing traditional as well?
Yes. Most of the concepts I'm teaching is from traditional stuff. Majority of the stuff I learned and I'm teaching you guys is from traditional stuff. It's not because I learned it only on digital. It first came from traditional, from like Mark Crilly. You can do something like this to clean up your sketch, but I wouldn't recommend it too much because when you do things like this, you still have yourself a not consistent line to a certain extent, but just more a less messier sketch, if that makes sense.
Says less messier.
So that's how you can do it. Yes, less messy. Well, less messier, as if you was not doing it to be more clean. There you go. So yeah. So that's pretty much how you do line confidence from that point. I'm not repeating myself twice. If you did not wasn't paying attention, then I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, with that said, we're gonna move on and do our anime recommendations. I did my free lessons for today. For those, if you guys enjoyed how I teach or how I explain things, if you don't, I'm sorry if this was a disappointment to you. I can't appease everyone, but if you enjoyed this this free lesson for today, I hope you guys it helped you in some form. And if you want more help, you have to be either a Patreon member or a TikTok subscriber to become a student, because I will not answer any questions after this one, unless you're a student or so. So I hope this at least helps or gives you some insight on how to do perspective or foreshortening or whatever. I hope they help and got you where you need to be. Now we will move on from this and learn how to do, well, not learn. What we're going to do, as I'm sketching over here again, we're going to watch some anime recommendations. So if you guys want to hear some anime recommendations, come over here on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, or Kick. We're about to talk about these, well, not talk about, but just hear what they have to recommend to us as a whole. So if you want to, come over here. Thank you, Bob, for those roses or so. Did I turn off the sound? Why is it not saying outside? That's weird. I didn't read out my thing. I say roses, baby. I didn't say roses. That's weird. Okay. So come over here now, guys. If you want to hear these manga recommendations. If you don't, you can stay over there. I'm going to still be drawing. It's just that I won't be teaching. So sit as you may. Okay. Manga recommendations. Let me see if there's anything that's there.
Hello.
Hello, Cooper. What's going on, Coop? How long is this? Okay. 100 manga recommendations in 1,000 seconds. Ooh, that's crazy. Let's see where that goes. So with that said, let's see. This is from Sigi, and see what they have to recommend within these 100. Maybe most of them we already heard about. Maybe some we never did. So we'll see. It's 100, so there's gotta be at least one or two that we don't know.
What is that?
Suit up.
Monster is one of the greats. Dr. Tenma saves this young boy's life, but oops, it turns out he's a bit of a serial killer. With poor Tenma taking the blame, it's a well-crafted thriller about catching the mysterious killer and diving deep into what makes the monster. I mean, the art alone should get you intrigued. Dorohedoro follows Kamen trying to regain his memories, which involves magic and crime syndicates in a much more light-hearted tone than you'd expect. The cast are just a blast to follow along with. I know it's really long, but it's worth it. Hajime no Ippo is the boxing manga. Ippo's journey from meek school kid to boxing greatness balances his downtime well with some of the best and most hyped fights you will ever read. Go Goku Rakugai is still pretty fresh, but it's shaping up to be something great. This dynamic duo taking on big beasts or any problem that needs a solution. It's early days, but there's still a one-shot to wet your teeth on, plus it just look good. Takapi's Original Sin quickly became one of my favorite manga. Happy alien from Happy Land wants to help sad child, but things go horribly wrong. A bit, emotionally crushing, but very well and concisely told. Warring states in China, massive battlefields, and cunning tacticians. In Kingdom, we follow a soldier fighting his way up the ranks in battle after battle. While the action is good, the real fun is in the strategies of the commanders. A great read. Route End is about death, and all the characters have very personal stakes and takes on the issue. While we follow the serial killer case into End, we get to see what different people have suffered and how they've dealt or maybe have failed to deal with people dying. Robo Granddad is great. Inuyashiki is about this older guy being suddenly turned into a robot and what he does with his new powers, contrasted fantastically with this young guy in the exact same situation. Are they even human anymore, and if not, what does that mean? It hasn't aged terribly well, but Devilman is still a great read. Old horror that's become a bit of a comedy these days, though it still has some actually horrifying moments. Plus, it has one of the most metal opening chapters of devils just slaughtering angels. My Home Hero is one of my new favorite manga. A dad kills his daughter's Yakuza boyfriend and has to try and not get caught by the gangs or the police. This manga actually stressed me out. I was so invested in its story. It's a must read. So Blue Giant never really grabbed me, but the sequel...
So a dad destroys his daughter's boyfriend's Yakuza's boyfriend. He takes out his daughter's Yakuza's boyfriend.
And Supreme has had a pretty strong start and got me back on board. Japanese jazz man trying to make it big in Germany in this uplifting journey about chasing your dreams. It's the classic, and I know its ideas have been replicated to the point of parody, but people forget that Naruto...
I'm not quitting teaching. I said I'm not teaching anymore at this point right now because I forgot to answer someone who was supposed to be a freebie, but it ended up being more, and more people started asking. So I started going down the whole rabbit hole with the whole what you need to learn type stuff, and where to start in X, Y, and Z. That led to answering all their questions at once. So, I mentioned the 8 fundamentals. After that, it's going to just be a rigmarole of people asking 1,010 questions. And for me to benefit from this, you've got to be a student. So you have to go and either subscribe to be a student on TikTok or be a Patreon member. And I'll answer any of your questions. I'll critique your work or whatever the case may be. I'll give you my insight. I do it all the time. Whether it's through Discord or Instagram or whatever the case may be, you can always contact me outside of my stream. But if you're not a student, I will not answer you.
Naruto is actually a really good series. Wide identifiable cast, interesting power system, compelling villains. It set the template for years to come, and for good reason. Fist of the North Star is a weird manga. Kenshiro wanders this Mad Max wasteland fighting bad guys, and they have to keep kidnapping people because Kenshiro is this unstoppable machine who just won't lose a fight. If you're a Pokemon fan, you need to read Festival of Champions. This is genuinely some of the best Pokemon content out there. A take on the Gen 1 story, but with actually compelling characters, fresh interpretations, and art that the official series could only dream of. All you need is Killers, the manga that's
so different in like the art style of Pokemon. I wonder if Pokemon would have been taken a lot more seriously if it was like in that type of art style. That's kind of cool.
Tomorrow, guy gets stuck in a time loop.
Just to let you guys know, come over here on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, or Kick to watch the last reaction video we're going to do for the rest of the night. If you want to be part of the conversation. So the video is 100 manga recommendations in 1,000 seconds. So if you come over here and see what we're talking about, you can see some manga that you might get recommended to. If you don't care about that, just sit here and watch.
And hijinks ensue.
It's
a relatively quick read with a cool concept and worth your time. As long as you can buy into the premise, Psycho-Pass is a nice classic sci-fi story with a manga twist, and has one of the better villains out there. Big Brother can monitor your brain to catch criminals until it can't. The Way of the House Husband is an episodic comedy manga about this ex-Yakuza living his best life as a stay-at-home husband. Surprisingly, it's one that keeps its premise alive and entertaining across all of its chapters with some good laughs. A classic shonen, Shaman King is one I've been a fan of for a long time. Hits the important shonen tropes, there's even a tournament, but the relaxed tone, headed up by the main character Yo, is a delight to follow in contrast to the typical hyperactive shonen heroes. Honestly, some really strong character designs in this. Hands Guy? My Hero is about a class of upcoming superheroes and the various villains that get in their way. MC Deku inheriting, as Uncle Ben would say, both power and responsibility. What happens when you raise monsters as livestock that can eat anything? About what you'd expect. Biomeat Nectar follows your classic gang of kids as they fight to survive the monsters breaking containment. More actiony than horror. 20th Century Boys is another one by King Urasawa. A gang of childhood friends take on someone they used to know who's trying to take over the world. The story really goes some places, while Urasawa, as always, just keeps you glued to the page. A cruise ship rescues a drifting boat and their surviving passengers, but maybe they shouldn't have done that. In Blue Heaven, we watch the descent into chaos on the boat after an act of kindness goes wrong. Hito Hitori Futari is trying hard not to be a political manga. More focused on the character side of things, we follow the Prime Minister of Japan and his guardian spirit as they try to make a positive impact before the Prime Minister's upcoming death. Surprisingly good manga. I'm actually salty no one told me how hard the early Hellsing chapters go. Hellsing is a vampire, one of the oldest and strongest, who, alongside the Vatican, has to fight the second coming of the Third Reich. Yep, Hunter x Hunter is coming back. Great time to jump into the manga. It has one of the best power systems out there, and what's happening in the last chapters with the no spoilers is complicated but got me hyped. I think Akira is one of those classic mangas you just need to read, but even if it wasn't one of the most influential series on sci-fi and particularly cyberpunk, Akira is just an exciting, dark, and fun story to follow on its own merits. The most haunted house and the guy with no spiritual sense. It's a little gag manga where the title tells you exactly what to expect. It's really goofy, and I actually did have some real laughs out of this. If you're looking for new shonen hotness, check out Gachi Okuta. The elites live floating above a planet covered in garbage, but some folks can imbue their trash with sentimentality and use them to fight. Shonen hijinks ensue. I'll be the first to say it has a shaky start, but Claymore is great. Half monster women gotta fight the monsters in the land with some real Witcher vibes, at least on the combat side. And some of the creature designs in this absolutely slap. Another old boy drifting classroom. A primary school gets transported to a strange world and try to survive without the Lord of the Flies happening. Admittedly, I can't see the art and not think of the Joan Cornella comics though. Hitman Reborn is my go-to example of a series that finds something new and fun to do and throws out its old power system. Our main character ends up being the inheritor of a crime family and has to prove himself worthy of that title. The first two chapters are some of the best horror you'll find in manga. Uzumaki is pretty widely recommended and for good reason. I challenge you to read the first two chapters and not be invested. Junji Ito literally makes a shape scary. Evangelion is another series that should need no introduction. The manga is a different story to the anime, but more like an alt-world telling of events, but still full of Gundam and childhood depression and obscure biblical references. Everyone has told you to read One Piece before. Yes, it's worth your time. I think the early arcs are a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, I love some, pretty neutral on others, but those middle arcs, oh boy, Water 7 onwards is just chef's kiss. You ever read a manga and just sit there at the end going, what the hell did I just read? Superconductive Brains is that, a little episodic manga about people who've turned giants into their machines, less high concept sci-fi and more just weird. Death Note remains an absolutely quality time. Supernatural killer who can just write people's names to kill them, great concept. Light's eager adoption of his role as Kira and the mind games with L are also just fantastic. Baki is one of the most indulgent fighting manga out there. Roided out guys proclaiming they're the strongest for the love of being the strongest. Can certainly get a bit goofy and melodramatic, but it has one of the best tournaments in manga. This is a real monkey's paw manga. People make wishes to this doctor, the titular Frankenfran, and her solutions generally end up disastrous. It's a more lighthearted horror, but the monstrous solutions she finds are a
oh my god, what the hell?
Treat to uncover. What happens when your best friend and crush dies, then gets replaced by an alien? The Summer Hikaru Died explores that. More psychological than scary. This is another relatively new manga that hasn't quite hit its stride yet, but is looking good. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is honestly worth recommending just off Season 0 alone. Before they decided on the cards, Yu-Gi was just out killing people in death games. It's a horror show. Then, of course, it takes a more family-friendly twist. There's a group of rabid vagabond fans on the roof of the house next door with a high-powered rifle pointed at me, threatening that any manga recommendation list must have vagabond on it. Well, here it is, folks. Me and the Devil Blues is about Robert Johnson, the blues musician supposed to have sold his soul at a crossroad for talent. It's taken fairly literally in the manga, the visuals unsettling and pretty bloody fantastic. I rate this manga so highly. Manhole is one of the better serial killer / pandemic manga out there. There is a scene in this that actually made me gag. Good mystery, good reveals, well-paced, well-done manga. Parasite is another classic and heavily influential manga. Aliens come down and take over humans by replacing their heads, though our MC ends up in this symbiotic sort of relationship with his. Fights and a bit of introspection follow. With 1000-Year Blood War going on, this is a good time to return to one of the greats. Bleach got a bit of a raw deal after the early arcs, but let's not forget how hard Tite Kubo's art goes. There's good reason Bleach ran with the big boys. After God is still pretty early days, but so much promise in these chapters. Horrifying beasts arrive, bringing disasters in their wake. We've got a gang of researchers trying to find a way to beat them back. Just so much potential here. Octopus Man blows a chunk out of the moon and then holds the world hostage so he can teach a classroom of kids how to kill him. Crazy premise. An assassination classroom takes it all in a goofy direction, making this a fun read. While not as good as the anime IMO, Demon Slayer is just a really clean shonen story. Tanjiro's sister turned into demon, Tanjiro kills demons. Add in the hierarchy gang of villains and heroes and boom, you've got yourself an entertaining story to follow. Yumagi Doesn't Have Any Friends is a slice-of-life high school manga about Yumagi, funnily enough, and do you know what's fantastic about this manga? Yumagi doesn't want friends, and the manga lets that be okay. I Am a Hero is one of the best zombie mangas out there. The art is fantastic and actually makes your regular zombie affair feel scary again. After that, there's still a twist or two to find, but standard sort of zombie story. Yotsuba! A little girl moves houses and hijinks ensue in the new locale. It's all very heartwarming stuff of parenthood, and yeah, it's just real cute and full of joy. No no real overarching story, just good vibes. If you like twists, Tomodachi Game. A group of friends get put in the game to save one of them from debt. So there's this series of games to earn their freedom, each one ending with MC being all big brain and some crazy twist. Massacre Happy End is a modern day Death Note and just as good, though certainly darker. Our main character is stuck in a time loop and has to kill people to change days to save his sick sister. Thrilling, twisty, and just a brilliant read. Okay, hear me out, killing morphs is pretty bad, but the first 2/3 of this manga strap you down and just race you through all of this stuff. You don't really have time to process, it's so fun, and then the pacing slows and the manga kinda dies. Good for a quick Arvo read though. Goodbye Eerie is maybe my favorite one-shot. It's about how our film and media can be reframed to paint people in certain lights, following our main character dealing with the death of his mother. It's also got these really creative found footage shots. I really only recommend this to a Pokemon fan, but the Pokemon Adventures manga ain't too bad. Early days is crazy, like Lance just hyper beams a town, but by the time you hit 3rd gen it's a lot lighter, and 4 is just straight up a comedy. I think the Full Metal Alchemist manga gets a bit forgotten these days, but it's so strong. Some of the best world building around where all of the little bits that are told to you are actually important. A series that
I'm still wondering if they were to do another Full Metal Alchemist for whatever reason, will they... I know they're probably not going to ask Vic, but will they use his voice if they have it? That's what I'm wondering. Will they use his voice? And if they don't use his voice, they're just going to find... I think the only best similar sounding actor to Vic when it comes to Edward Elric is Arthur from Fire Force. I thought it was Vic way back when I first heard his voice, but I realized it was not. But they do sound alike. If you listen to Arthur and you listen to Vic, they sound quite similar, or at least Edward from Full Metal Alchemist, and then listen to Arthur, they sound very similar. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they were to replace Vic with that dude when it comes to Full Metal. It would make total sense in my head, or so.
Everyone should read. Withering With You is the manga adaptation of the movie, and if you're not a movie person, check this out. There's certainly some things lost in the adaptation, but the heart of the story remains, which is compelling. This takes my spot as favorite full Ito book. Tomi is a collection of stories about a beautiful girl that compels you to kill her. Junji Ito knows how to write horror manga, and he just smashes it through this manga. Pluto's yet another slam dunk by Urasawa. This time the story is based off an Astro Boy arc, though with that classic Urasawa flair. This big investigation down the rabbit hole of robotics and sentience and trauma. I can only describe this as an easy read. Kaiju number 8 is a kaiju manga where our main character gains the powers of the kaiju. Real simple plot, easy to follow characters, clean as heck art, made this a really relaxing read. JoJo's is an absolute ride from part to part. Bizarre Adventure is an apt description. From rolling a cherry to punching a frog to yelling at people to fall off their horse, JoJo's is just something you need to experience for yourself. My Father's Journal is a pretty reflective manga. Our main character returns home for his father's funeral and reminisces on his childhood with his family. The things he forgot about or the things he misinterpreted but held on to for years. Dan is a fun action manga based around paranormal phenomenon. So there's ghosts and aliens and cryptids and all those kinds of fun things. All the while, your classic shy romance blooming between the leads. You can tell the mangaka loves combat styles. Holy Land follows a high schooler who feels he has nothing left but finds a new lease on life in learning to fight. Thus begins his journey as a street fighter and standing up for himself. Iconic. Possibly the most iconic manga in the world. If you didn't know, Dragon Ball manga covers all of Z as well, all of the goofy antics of the early chapters and the slugfests of the latter. This holds a special place from manga fans. Rakia is this bizarre series about a girl who might be the second coming of Christ or potentially the Antichrist, and religious factions start fighting over her. If there's anything to say about this manga, it's not boring. Emerging is a pandemic manga right at first contact. We're at ground zero watching this unfold. There's a lot of gross medical stuff going on in this manga with bodies bloating and surgeries, but a really engaging quick read. A more plot-centric take on the ex-hitman story, Sakamoto Days follows the retired best hitman trying to maintain his peaceful life. Taken lightheartedly, he gets put up against evil doctors and killers in a new organization trying to gain power. It's coming up to its close. Vinland Saga is one of the modern greats. We follow Thorfinn, pulled into the cruel life of a Viking and where his revenge will take him, a story of redemption, the meaning of strength, and the mindless brutality of war. Ship of Theseus follows our main character time-traveling back to right before he was born and before his dad allegedly killed a number of children in the town. A lot of suspense and distrust in uncovering the truth. Real is one of my favorite manga. Don't be fooled into thinking this is just another basketball manga. It's really about disability and recovery, both in the physical sense and metaphorically. Our main characters trying to recover their passion for life. I think you need to take this manga with a bit of scrutiny, but Akumetsu is an interesting read, centered around one guy's crusade against those responsible for Japan's debt crisis, taking some crazy but entertaining steps. Bibliomania is this bizarre short read about a girl trapped in a book where she can have anything she wants, but what she wants is to leave. With strong art and a good focus, it's really easy to recommend this manga. The guy can win any fight fight with one punch. Yeah, it's a good time. The manga even balances out having tension with the other characters who can actually lose, so the actions, the gags, and the story all come together really well. Another of my favorites, The Climber has some of the best environmental art you'll ever see, which builds into this honestly phenomenal tone of the manga. Not to sound too bougie or anything, but it also nails its use of visual metaphor. So the first couple chapters will mislead you. Dead Man Wonderland is really about literal blood sport, where prisoners fight with blood magic in order to keep themselves alive. If you like the premise, you'll like the manga. It's miserable. Good night, Pun Pun.
I said, did they ever finish the manga of like Dead Man Wonderland? I always wondered. I know they didn't finish the anime because obvious reasons, but like, because I think it was studio funding, lost funding or something. I think they went bankrupt or some shit, and I think they still hold the rights to this thing, so you can't get another like adaptation till like a couple of years from now or some shit. I forgot what was the reason. I think the same shit happened to Gangster in the same fruition in a certain way. I don't think it was the same studio, but I think.
Yep, I read it 2 years ago.
Yeah, so like, I wish they finished the anime.
Pun is a coming-of-age story of this little lad, and he's just beset by troubles and unkind people. It's a tragic, emotional journey that you won't enjoy, but you will appreciate. Spy Family earns its hype, secret agent dad alongside assassin mum and psychic daughter all keeping their roles hidden as they pretend to be a family. Delightful to follow, with an actually really interesting plot tying it all together. Half-human, half-chimpanzee hybrid Charlie is raised secretly but starts going to high school. Meanwhile, vegan extremists bomb a restaurant. That's the first chapter, and the manga takes everything seriously. Fantastic. Blade of the Immortal is a samurai manga about a guy who can't die being pulled into your classic revenge tale. The art here is really the standout and will probably decide if you like this manga or not. Once upon a time, Toriko ran with the big boys, big dudes running around killing giant monsters so they can eat them. Cooking manga meets battle shonen. Still a great read, though it will get you hungry. I think this is the only manhwa to sneak its way onto the list, but The Breaker is another long-time favorite of mine. Martial arts series about a bullied kid finding his power, interesting world, amazing climax, and sets up its trilogy just so well. Kaiju definitely burns itself out, but the early chapters are great. Kaiju attack Japan and chaos ensues. It's actually crazy who the manga gets you to root for. One you can drop halfway through, but good to check out. Demons and cool powers and some pretty bloody conclusions. Chainsaw Man follows Denji merging with his dog to become the titular character, and then he gets recruited to go and kill some devils. It gets pretty metal. Apocalypse Fort is a zombie manga following some kids in a youth detention facility, basically prison. It adds in some new things to keep the zombies themselves fresh, and watching the gang form and bond is a good time. Solanin is another somber manga about young adults trying to find their way. Not just a misery train, there is some actual joy to be had in the manga following these main characters coming to terms with growing older. Tokyo Ghoul takes some of the best ideas out of something like Parasite and polishes them to a shine. Our MC becomes a ghoul, the most hunted thing in Japan, and then he has to fight and potentially do some very dark deeds to survive. Classic influential shonen, Yu Yu Hakusho. We've got our cocky hero, the gang of buddies, a crazy imposing villain, and a really strong tournament arc. It's over 30 years old now and still worth your time. Q on the Seaside follows a young girl finding an alien that can eat negative feelings, which is fantastic until it isn't. An emotionally aiming series, it's split between this really great build in the first half to the blistering speed plot of the second. Kasane has magic lipstick that lets her swap faces, and using that, she plans to dominate the stage acting world, though some deep-seated resentment makes those plans a lot darker. I get real nervous around hyped-up series, but Jujutsu Kaisen actually lived up to the hype. It's exciting, the art is great, the overpowered hero is fun, the team dynamic is well built, the villains are interesting, and there's a panda man. Mushishi absolutely nails its tone. It's an episodic story about a traveling Mushishi who solves problems caused by spirits called Mushi, those problems being basically anything from plant children to deafness. I mean, the absolute audacity of this manga. Attack on Titan is about humanity pushed to the brink by Titans and them fighting back, but oh boy does it go some places. No spoilers, but I'll just say everything to do with this. I Sold My Life for 10,000 yen per year is a beautiful little romance story that is so bittersweet. Our main character sells off his lifespan for money, so now he's only got 3 months to live, and he plans to use them to the fullest. Arjun has one of the best villains. It's a story about unkillable people and fighting against one who's gotten bored. So the villain is pushing the limits of his abilities to the point that you just sit there like, damn, that was horrible, but awesome. Planets follows a space cleaner in the not too distant future and his dreams of joining the next big step forward in space travel. A pretty introspective manga, and one where some characters have some pretty bold stances. Trying to survive Hogwarts with just absurd physical prowess? Mashal is a lot of fun. You'd think that premise wouldn't last the whole manga, and you'd be right. It pivots into honestly a pretty good shonen about halfway in, plus Nameless King. Were you waiting for this one? Look, I know Berserk is great, you know Berserk is great, random people walking down the street know Berserk is great. Yeah, you should read it. A magical bat that manipulates time and a compelling story about a cartoon writer trying to discover its truths. Billy Bat is one of my all-time favorite manga, and its half-subtle dive into determinism is somehow perfectly existential and entertaining. Ooh, got a little bit of time left over at the end. Leave a comment with your top recommendations. Thanks.
Oh, that was good. That was quite to the point. If you guys like CG here, yeah, CG, I think I'm saying it right. Give him a follow. You know, great stuff. For those who like this and all that great stuff, give a follow to yours truly. If you want to like these videos, please be a Patreon member and all that great stuff. And yeah, I think we're done for today. I was gonna play game, but I think we're gonna just pull that off for today. So I'll let you guys go. Have a great night, guys. I do appreciate every last one of you with me doing my studies as we do the reactions and all that great stuff. I keep saying that. But with that said, have a great night, guys. Keep safe. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. Well, I think
Good night, everyone.
I think starting Tuesday, I might take a break from streaming. I think I might take maybe a week off or a few days off from streaming. Not starting Tuesday or so. I'm not sure yet. I'm still thinking of a time taking a day off because I need some rest. And get some things out of the way because I gotta start doing my taxes before March comes. So have a great night, guys, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you for everything. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Okay.
Sunday what? Saturday, Sunday what? I want to see it now.